Right, hello everybody. How are we? How y'all doing? Thank you for the first, Lazarius. Hi, Frisky. They were playing more Brigador. Looking forward to it. I think this is where it's going to start getting a little bit more difficult as we go. But, you know, I'm looking forward to that. I need the challenge. Last time, it was a little bit easy. You know, there was the tutorial is kind of long. Not that that's a bad thing. But since it's not my very first time playing, I played this years ago. I don't know if I finished it then, but I know I played it, and I'm somewhat familiar with it. It was a little much. How do we say your name? My name? Me? Me, Dreamer? Tailser. My name's Tailser. I have been repeatedly referred to as something else, but you know. All right. So, picking up where we left off on this mission here, I'll do a little recap. I think I read this already, but we'll go over it again. All right. This is Inch of Dust. Ring 4, target statues? Moderate Corvid opposition. Nobrians are proving more resistant to the present SNC economic restructuring than expected. The SNC has selected 4 statues of Great Leader for removal from the Vorbay Necropolis for its potentially heightened psychological effect on the local population. I'm sorry, that was a lot of like really big, complicated words all in a row, and I kind of short-circuited. Remove the statues. Any of the usual targets of opportunity, orbital guns, depots, substations, and comm stations, you will of course be compensated for as well. Also, some of the writing I'm noticing now isn't the best. I understand what they're saying, but when I actually read it out, and I'm not just reading it as text, the flaws are like really obvious all of a sudden. Like that last sentence was just awful to read. Welcome, DH. How are you? How's everybody? I hope you all had a wonderful week. I hope you're happy the week's over, because I am. Holy crap. We were being mildly threatened with working tomorrow, so I'm very happy that did not come to pass either. I'm looking forward to a chill weekend, because next weekend I will be driving somewhere about this time. I think I would be arriving around now, so it's gonna be a week. I have some things to talk about, but I want to play a little first. We'll get around to the ranting and the complaining later. All right, yeah, we'll use Toro. I'm pretty familiar with him. Oh yeah, it's allergy season now. I hope you're all having a wonderful time with that. Love the soundtrack by Makeup and Vanity Set. This game introduced me to him. I have a bunch of his records now. Oh, nice. Let me see. I think I have the music turned down because the menu music's really loud. Let me see if there's any music here. Here it is. Yeah, okay. The menu music's just really loud. That was a little bit loud, though. Let's see. 20 should be good. There we go. I'm in a tough spot here. Whoa.
Put this on right now. I know it sounds strange, but you have to do it.
I hope the game isn't too loud. Let me know how the volume is. I'm cute. Oh, thank you. Oh, shit. Volume's great. All right, good. Awesome. Well, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Where am I going? I feel like I just fought most of the enemies. This place is awful to get through. Oh, there's the resupplies. Something just exploded over there. Not counting the shell that I fired, obviously. That definitely did explode, but that's not what I meant. Okay. Oh, cannon. Oh yeah, I forget that those hurt me. That wasn't my best choice. But I'm not dead yet, so that's good. I'm just really close to dead. Oh, okay, now I'm dead. I think that's my fault. I think I did that by stomping on cannon. Maybe don't do that. That's a professional tip, a pro tip from me. Don't stomp the big explosive thing. Oh, those guys are the... Yeah. Hello. Alright. Dealt with those guys. Filled my ammo. Nice. Oh. I didn't know that there was a guy there. I'm so bad at navigating this game. I think that might be the hardest thing about it, is knowing where you are. I was thinking about it today. As much as I am capable in a lot of things, one thing I'm not good at is getting around without like any kind of map. I mean, I can follow a GPS fine. And if I have a map, I can probably figure it out. But if I don't have anything like that, I have like no spatial awareness beyond that. And it would take me a very long time to get anywhere. You know, I guess I'll keep this depot. I might need it. Hello. Welcome in. Anoxia, how are you? Okay. We're doing better than last time. That's a pretty low bar, but we're doing better. Right, that depot. Bad internet. Unfortunate. Is bro coming or like? Next statue's over here. No, nothing left over there. It's all to the right over this way. Oh, hello. Alright, here we go. Plenty of ammo. Oh, hello. Look at this. That is a big boy. There we go. All right, we dealt with him. That was a little bit stressful. The smoke is helping out a lot. I'm having to use my my little tactical abilities a lot more often. Yeah, I love the stomp. The hovercraft have a really nice stomp. Because they don't stomp, they just pound the ground, and it's I mean, for the mechanics of the game, they had to have some kind of melee attack, but it's quite silly. Hi Annie, how are you? How you been? How you doing? The week's finally over. You are possibly free from the tyranny of work. Free and thankfully so, hell yeah. Ooh. That guy almost deleted me. If you just like stood there and took all those shots he fires, it's over. How's the Brigador today? Harder than last time, so that's good. The Brigador? Brigador, bricked up edition. Yeah, someone made a joke about that last time, and I was like, yeah, you know, I should stick with that. I should run it. That's a good joke. There's that. There's only one exit from this map, right? Yeah. Throwing bricks at doors, my favorite pastime. I mean, that's one way to read it. Only you find the games where these jokes hand deliver themselves. I don't even try to do this, all right? It just happens. It just keeps happening. Well, no, I did pick Peggle. That was my choice. I knew that. I knew what I was doing. But as for the rest of them, it just happens, you know? Like buckshot roulette, backshot roulette, like that just happened, you know? It's not, that wasn't planned. All right, Joy Bus or Hell Ride. Those are two very different words. How could I ever forget the pegging grandmaster? That's me. It's literally me. I have the trophy. I have the diploma. Like, I love Peggle. Repost if you love pegging. Oh my god. Oh, that'll never get old. Okay. Removal of one target vehicle. While several of our contractors are due for rotation back to rearming and refitting, there's a lone loyalist command vehicle reported in the Crenshaw district. Crenshaw is a narrow, unremarkable mixed-use district. The SNC understands that though dispatching missions in this manner runs against SNC operational guidelines, extra hazard pay will be included for taking a contract when you are already out of ammunition. Rest assured that there are several depots in the district for immediate resupply. Remove the Loyalist command tower and then proceed to your nearest SNC forward staging zone for rearming. Alright, so we get to go in with no ammo. Very cool. Man, that music is... You guys might not be hearing it as loud as I am. The music's really loud in my ears, since I turned it up for the in-game audio. Okay, I'm making sure that YouTube isn't like freaking out over me having the music from the game. Usually it's fine, but wanted to check. Thank you, Anoxia. Ever play any of the helicopter strike games? Desert, Jungle, Urban, Soviet Nuclear? This game reminds me of those, plus Battletech / Mech Warrior. I can't say I have, but that sounds interesting. Hi Eris, how are you? How you doing? Did you guys have fun with that sending off the Minecraft server? It started at 4 and I'm at work till 5, so that was just a, well, I can't do that. That is not physically possible. I cannot stream from my workplace. Nor can I join a Minecraft server. All right, so I need something that'll get me there. Pulse defense, EMP grenades, another pulse. EMP grenades, okay. Crashed your whole PC. I think I caught that part. Or at least you mentioned that it did. Yeah, I'm over on YouTube. I'm also on Kick. And of course, Twitch. Twitch is where, you know, you can do all like the redeems and stuff, so that's where most people hang out. But yeah, no, I'm on all 3 of those. I'm not a huge fan of Kick because I can't seem to ever find a way to like get it where I can see the chat as well. Like I don't think they have an API set up for where I can see it on screen like I see all the other ones. I have a specific, it's part of StreamerBot. There's just a chat box essentially that goes with StreamerBot, which is like a software. A lot of streamers use it, as you might be inclined by the name. I cannot get Kick chat there, but I don't want it on screen either, because Kick does not do a great job of moderating itself. Egg indeed. There's a lot of redeems. You should scroll through them. Yeah, no, the egg is short term. It's short lived. You can always add it again. Get egged. I did get egged. All right, we'll do one of the flying ones. Oh, you've catboyed me. I'm a catboy now. This one's a little bit tougher. Yeah, let's try this out. Catboy, yeah, catboy. Now I have cat ears and tail. Where do I go? Run away. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Need ammo. Yeah, we have some people that hang out on YouTube. Dreamer's one of them. You're a loser. I wouldn't say that. Hey, no, I've probably put more work into all the redeems and stuff than most other things that you see around here. There is a certain limit to how many unique sounds there are. Some of them do overlap. I will freely admit that. Okay. Hydrate my keyboard. It's not thirsty though. It's nice that I have a lot of ammo in this gun, but it shoots really slow. And I don't think I ever got my ability back. No, I didn't. I'm just kind of stuck. Jealous of your waterboarded mouse? The waterboarded mouse that no longer works quite right? The right click makes a chunking noise. It's not supposed to do that, you know. Where's this captain? Is he the first guy I saw? Oh, man. It's also just handsome. But me? Are you talking about me? Yeah, that's really rare that people don't put a cooldown on it because everyone else will have used the hell out of it. I had like a shorter cooldown for a time, and that itself was a problem. Just do a hydration stream. You can only do so much drinking of water before it becomes toxic. Just take the cooldown off? Even if we didn't have one and Zeke made him drink 2 bottles of water. That's kind of funny. I hope it costs like a fair amount of channel points though, so Zeke was broke as fuck by the time he was done. Removal of opposition, that's all we're doing? Okay. SNC analysts have regrettably underestimated the strategic significance of the São Felix o Ermita metro station prior to it being captured by spacers. Your mission is the removal of opposition forces from São Felix. How do you pronounce that? I'm just saying São Felix, but like there's probably a way to do it. Zeke was broken. You can take. Oh my god, brutal, brutal. I think I have like 60k points in Dem's stream. So if I ever wanted, right? If I ever wanted to just spam redeems for a while, I could do that. What are my options here? Party van. So some of these designs are like really, you know, futuristic, and then the others are like this stupid thing, and I find that really funny. Yeah, just do the bald and head pat. I don't redeem a lot of stuff. I like to just sit and watch, you know. So that is an ambusher, short range, but mobile, quiet. Shouldn't have burst damage. Yep, that sounds about right. Only 10 rounds in the heavy cannon is kind of... I mean, it's kind of crazy. Let's try it. It seems fun. We're just killing everyone, so... Oh, it's one of these. So Felix. Interesting. I'm sorry for the change of topic, but I have seen the what GIF? Oh, the jar. Jarred GIF. Okay, I was confused. I was like, what is that? So that is Zieg. That's Ziegler Bite, one of our friends. A lot of us have the little jar of Zieg. So we put her in the jar so that she can't run amok everywhere else. It's very important that she stay in the jar. You showed up after the femboy rant? No, we haven't done the femboy rant yet. That's later. I don't know if I'll do a femboy rant today. I just did one, you know. Wouldn't want to beat a dead horse, you know. Oh yes, the big fish hat. Fish. The zoom just zooms me in. There's some other ones that you can play around with. There we go. A lot of free shielding. Maybe a substation around here somewhere. Oh, okay. That, for some reason, shot the depot I was next to. I guess it clipped it. That's a shame. Holy shit. Whole map's coming over here. Okay, well, looks like we already finished the mission. That's kind of crazy. Cool. Oh, the curse. Did it work? I just looked up and it doesn't look like it worked. It couldn't have worked for very long, though. Did I mess something up? Give me 1 second. But did it last as long as it's supposed to? 'Cause I don't think it did. No, not at all. Okay. Look at how long it was. It was supposed to be like, I think it was like 5 minutes or something, or three minutes. Let me check how long the cooldown is. Yeah, okay. That's about right. We'll do that. I'll run it again so you can have it. There you go. That should be about 3 minutes now. Okay, there we go. Back to the game. You're a curse. Like an evil witch. You've cursed me. I bit into the apple, and I just turned into this. Oh, there's a comm tower. The message is lengthened along with the curse. Okay, there's another depot. It's a neat looking building. Love the noodle arms. The noodle arms. Is that what you call them? This thing reloads pretty fast for not having very many shots of the cannon. It loads up pretty quick. Okay, there's those. As they wobble. Oh, look at that, they do. Alright. There we go, full clear. I mean, it's allergy season, and today I felt like I've had like gunk in my sinuses and throat and everything all day. Now my throat's starting to hurt. This is crazy. What did I do to deserve this? For target vehicles, the Bolero Wells are a long-defunct pipeline terminal and light rail district now host to a number of refugees. We have strong intelligence suggesting that several persons of interest can be found within the refugee camps. This appears to be why a spacer detachment has occupied the district first. Remove the command vehicles so that our HR department may conduct interviews or select certain refugees for transport and interview at length elsewhere. Are we the baddies? We might be the baddies. Just kidding, we're a mercenary. Should we drive the treehouse? Let's drive the treehouse. I haven't done that yet. It has a gas. Thank you, Anoxia. I hope you have a fantastic day. That's what it is. Right. So you just throw out a corrosive gas. The whole shtick. Okay, cool. I don't know, you might have to see the redesign before you even make a decision like that, DH. Once that's done, I think that'll make it hard to decide anything. There's one down. Or no, two. Already through two of them. I'm so slow, though. Great weapons, but like, if you need to move, this is not the vehicle. Mission complete. I hardly moved, and we're done. Maybe today, if we finish this game, right? If we finish it. Oh, the Catboy doesn't turn back on. Let me fix that up. There we go. I have to click off the game. There we go. But, yeah, if we finish this, or I get tired of it, we'll see. I know there's like a lot of optional campaign missions too. But I don't know what these are. Like, I don't know what that is. We'll see what it is when we get there. Whenever we're done, if we're done early, we'll maybe go over my redesign document and we can talk about it. I don't have any images on it. It is just purely text, but we could talk about what I plan on doing. Get some thoughts. I think I have some like line work I could show you. I think that's about it. And that's not even like quote unquote final or anything. It's just like good enough to give you an idea, kind of a deal. I love feedback. I desire it greatly. All right. Corvids have proven resourceful in hiding their seditious ways from Great Leader, though minor infractions were often overlooked. The very presence of Gorney's Split is much more contentious in a walled city like Solanobre. Often known simply as the Split, it is a long sliver of land left unzoned between two adjacent districts. It is a Corvid hub of social and economic activity, as well as the trade and manufacture of materiel. Not material, materiel. I don't know if there's a difference. As such, it is proving to be a base of operations for Corvids to consolidate their grip on surrounding districts. The SNC has other plans. Clear Gorney's Split of Corvid opposition. Okay. Show up and do a moida. Robo-explodey game. Seriously, the Brigador is nice. Only complaint is I can't throw lower tier guns on higher rank mounts. Oh, is that like when you're doing like the actual loadout stuff outside of campaign? I haven't even looked at that yet. Materiel with an E refers to military equipment. Okay, that explains. I felt like there was a difference, which is why I noted it, but then I was like, I don't remember. You are the baddies in Mercenaries are rarely hired to do good, moral grayness sort of way. For anyone interested in the lore, there's an audiobook. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, that's usually how games where you're a mercenary work, right? Like, the whole point is that typically the first, like, most basic message. Oh, thank you, Eris. Thank you for lurking. The most basic message of most games that have you as a merc is, yeah, war is disgusting and evil and awful and nobody's the good guy. That's usually how that goes. Even when there's a better side, they're usually not good, quote unquote. I know, very brave to be anti-war. But yeah, that's normally how it goes. Oh, the red mode. Those modes have been getting used a lot more lately. I like that because for a long time, no one touched them, and I don't think people even really knew what they were. Also, hi, Accused. How are you? There's that guy. Yeah, I've definitely noticed a lot of Spanish naming for locations. Basically all of them, it seems. So the Nobre means noble soil. South Felix means Saint Felix. Yeah, that sounds about right. Doing good, doing good. The week is over. I don't have to work tomorrow too. That's the bigger part, is I did not get told to come in tomorrow. Yo, look at this statue. Actually, look at this statue. Can I zoom in? I don't think I can. But look at this statue. It's a bunch of skeletons holding up a globe. That's kind of crazy. I kind of want that. Like, I want that statue as, like, I don't know, a lamp or something. That'd be crazy. It's a hell of a design. Well, I blew something up. We're playing Brickador. Or Brickador, sorry. Brickador, all bricked up edition. Oh, you know what? While I have some people here, let me shill a Twitter post of mine real quick. Gonna run using the Death Hand radiation projector yet? It's a neat gun, but weird to use. I don't think I have. I don't think it's been on any of the ones in the campaign yet. Okay, well, first thing is, yeah, I'm on the Twitter. You should go there. But more importantly, you should interact with this very specific post and repost it. And I guarantee you that whatever you think this is, it's not what you think it is. But it will be funny. There will be a payoff. I guarantee you. It'll be good. You'll like it. And even if you think you won't like it because of what I just said, I promise you, you'll still like it. The night mode thing was cool, very on theme. Oh yes, that is the blue and red modes. That's gonna be part of the redesign. I'm gonna separate out the dark part of that and make it more variable. And I also want to make it any color that you want. So you could like put in a redeem over on Twitch and you could specify like an RGB code and change my lighting. I think that'd be pretty fun. There's one to use in this level, I know that for sure. It's basically poison and it pierces wall. This level? Oh, there it is, yeah. Black Hand Irradiator. Basically poison, it pierces walls, and is silent, does absolutely nothing to shields. So you're saying if they have shields, you don't do any damage? Is that what I'm picking up? Alright, well thank you, Lazarius. You have a great day as well. Great night. And a good weekend too, if I don't see you tomorrow. Let's see, what else? Got EMP grenades, the howitzer, cannon. That's a lot of cannons. Okay, what's the mission here? One target comm tower. Zona Abragayo is a decayed manufacturing hub turned nightlife spot. Much smaller than surrounding districts, Abragayo hoped to weather tonight by shutting off all power, keeping citizens indoors. Spacers have control, enemy strength reported as only a few scout bikes. The military comm tower is being used to actively coordinate spacer reinforcements in the area, and the SNC requests its removal. It's basically if you wanted a stealth run. Oh, that's crazy. That you can just like do that, but if you break stealth, you're kind of in for a rough run. Maybe not like painful, but like, you know, a little rough around the edges. Okay, yeah, I'll do the mongoose for this one. I haven't used the mongoose yet. I only have one real target. What the fuck are these? Oh. I got caught off guard and then I ran into that. Let's try that again. Also, I don't have my stealth. I noticed I don't have my stealth. Oh my god. They deleted my ass. Aww. Okay. I think I get the gist is don't fight those things. Oh my god. Okay, I need something a little bit, I don't know, a little bit different. That was rough. Yeah, I was hoping it would be faster, but kind of wasn't. Let's try this guy. Never seen these guys before. They're really crazy looking. I'll admit I like them. I know they're on the like the art, but I don't know what the fuck they are. They're just giant skulls that float. Get really up close, they actually can't shoot you. They can't shoot you if you're too close. It's very on brand, I feel like. At least with a small mech. Ah, okay. Wow, that was an impressively bad shot right there. Basically did everything I could to not hit the guy. I imagine you could do this with like the Troubadour and just by sprinting through and blowing it up and then running away. I'm not sure how you do it with the Mongoose. You don't get any abilities, so. All right. Opposition. Yeah, just remove opposition. They have they have 2x those plasma lasers used last mission, so their DPS is through the roof. Yeah, that's, I noticed. I definitely noticed that when I got deleted several times. Loyalist forces have been observed massing in Mindon River, a largely undeveloped and heavily wooded district. Our analysts forecast several likely scenarios to account for the buildup, but nearby districts are too valuable to SNC interests to allow the Loyalists to continue. Remove the opposition from Mindon River. Okay, what are our options here? Thunderclap lasers, that sounds cool. I haven't tried this yet. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, it's camo. All right. I think I get the gist of what I'm supposed to do with this mech. Which is probably flank enemies. Oh, I died. That was interesting. Oh, look at that. I like free ammo. What about this deep in stealth management starts becoming seriously important? Yeah, I kind of noticed that having everything coming at you all of a sudden is not so great. Uh-oh. That's not great. Okay. Managed to slip away from that. I'm a little short on ammo, though. Okay, there's some more shielding. Oh, there's the depots. All right. Barely dodged a railgun. Yeah, I did that a few times now. I kind of just stood still, too. I don't know how they missed. But, you know, I'm not going to complain about it. They're free to miss me if they want. I am very lucky in games. I think that's the biggest thing I have going for me, actually. Doing all right. Get rid of that. I don't think there's any panic walls. I haven't seen any anyway, but you know, if there were. Okay, mission done. Wasn't too bad. I just had to be a little bit more methodical, a little less run and gun. All right, intense gravity. Gibson Spaceport is a former auto racing track, converted into a small but functional municipal spaceport. Unfortunately for the collectivized citizens who built it, the spaceport was shut down like all but a handful in the city. Fortunately for you, a local contractor has refueled the interorbital tugs still there on the launch pad, and now 4 of you have the opportunity to close out your contract operations. Remaining on your home planet while publicly known as a Brigador is strongly advised against. Refer to the documentation. Before our local contractor will clear the blast doors to let you on board, she must have assurances that the local orbital guns, the local comm tower, and the local power substations have all been removed. Once the target structures have been removed, the tug will be available for the completion of your contract term. Cool. Yeah, we'll do the treehouse again. That was kind of fun. Dang it, I missed the ammo. I'm facing the stack of cars tank. Yeah, some of these designs are like super futuristic. Others are like what you'd think the orcs would make in 40K. Like what the hell is going on with the designs here, guys? Like, did we build it in a basement, or, you know, is a sci-fi megacorp doing it? Like, I need answers. Anyone got a lore dump on why the treehouse exists? I'd love that. Okay. Look, a statue. Sure would be a shame if someone ran over it. It's also like a massive moving war crime. It's probably worth mentioning about the treehouse. It's definitely not Geneva Convention approved. All the Orc-like designs are from the Corvid faction, crusty space punker scrapper types. Oh, okay, okay. I'm out of chemical weaponry. I have to refill my chemical weapon reserves. Dang it. Broke my ammo. Looks like there's one more. Someone up here? Where? Oh, it's just the depot. Yeah, we'll leave that. Looking for the actual objectives here. Guessing they're all like further out. Whatever that machine gun is kind of crazy. Does a lot of damage. Start using both your special and melee. Melee is very useful for killing if you do it right. I haven't needed to use melee for fighting as of yet, but yeah, I do use my special pretty often. I haven't used the Sonic as much though, so not super familiar with what it does. What is this? Well, it's dead now. So that's what the Sonic does. I guess I found out. There's a comm tower down. Let's turn this bad boy around. I think that'll come up more later, though, the melee fighting. As enemies close the gap more, get close. Sonic is just a super fat shotgun of sound waves. Hurts enemies too, even if using it against troops is canonically a war crime. Canonically a war crime. So even in this universe, they said, no, that's actually not okay. You can't do that. With the corrosive gas, that's fine, or do they not like that either? What am I missing? There's a depot. Oh, it's all the way up that one. I see it now. You know, I love playing games like this, and then some people from the community show up and start telling me about it. Because this happened with Armored Core too, where for some reason, I don't know if it's just specifically mechs, but in both cases now, I've met some really cool people who have taught me all sorts of things about it that I would have never known just from like my cursory glance, and I really appreciate that. It might just be the mech community though, I'm not sure yet. All right, we're out of here. Yeah, what's this? Star 1? Okay. Removal of 5 target vehicles, heavy loyalist. The Picado district finds the homes of several high-ranking officers that they are eager to defend. This residential district will be close quarters fighting, even for a power suit. Demonstrate your prowess in mouseholding. You read the entry about it in the freelance, it says it's a war crime to use it against people, but they have to catch you. Also, the Yellow Jackets and Lights civilians wear are literally supposed to be a universal don't shoot us signal, to the point falsely wearing it as a combatant is also a war crime, but Corbin does do that with kamikazes. I know they do. But also, I get paid for crushing the people, so... Listen, I'm just a mercenary. Holy shit. Brother Cotton's Dorothy power suit is laden with the 88mm Archie airburst cannon, a Temblor demolition emitter, and a smoke projector for defense. Oh my god. Here we got the coffin. MT Foxtrot's coffin is equipped with a Madois 12.7mm, so like a Dishcom, pinch 100mm chaff rocket, and an audio kinetic pulse. Yeah, the lore of this game is insane. They did not need to go that hard with the lore. I feel like this is the kind of thing I would do if I were to get into game dev, is something simpler, obviously, because like, yeah, I come from a programming background, but I ain't got all that time. But a lot of writing. I'm pretty good at writing. I'm not too amazing at anything else. Do you want me to post it? Yeah, whenever, Dem. Just make sure you do it in the right order with the images so that it doesn't like mess it up. Coffin is named that intentionally because it gets Corbin troops to glorify death. That makes sense. I mean, yeah. Longboard. Warlord Kanta pilots a longboard grav tank equipped with 88 and Parliament cannons with an EMP for defense. This vehicle is a giant shotgun. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Zed Prime. What the fuck? Seffi Chatfield's Zed Prime has a dual ocular mounted Atomos and an active camouflage package for defense. Nothing can stand in the path of a Zed Prime. This is... I have to do it. This is crazy. This level's harsh. It looks like something, all right. Okay, so this guy can still ground pound. Good, good, good. Okay, we're working on it. We're working on it. Yellow. Hello. Hi, Frilled. How are you? We're playing Brigador. Or as I like to joke, Brickador. Oh, hello. Anyway. How are you? Yeah, doing good? Awesome. End of the week. Huge. Oh no. That's not good. Thank you for the ammo, sir. Eating an apple to make up for how unhealthy sweet tea is. You know, I don't think that's how you cut calories, but I hope that's, if that's not what you're aiming for, then... There we go. Oh, there's the other depots. It's not to cut calories. Oh, okay. It's just the vitamins and stuff. Got it. Got it. Usually that's what people mean when they say something's unhealthy. I just destroyed my depot. I'm a fool. A buffoon. The only depot I destroyed, too. Yeah, we're done. Cool. I missed a depot. Whatever. Got the rail cannon though. Every unhealthy thing I have to eat something healthy to make up for the added unhealthiness because of the sugars in a lot of things. I mean, I don't know how that works. I'll be honest. I'm kind of stupid when it comes to health and stuff. I drink water. That is generally how I resolve most of that. Old Cascade District is also host to a small spaceport that the SNC has requisitioned for the timely departures of another 4 Brigadors. In order to safeguard the launch of your own interorbital craft, you will need to remove the considerable Corvid opposition from the district. Corvids have a history of firing rockets at spacecraft while taking off or landing. A lot of added sugars, so you eat a bunch of natural sugars to make up for it. Is that... I'm a little suspicious of that being healthier. That sounds a little suspect. It's not trust? Okay. I'll trust in you. I believe you. Alright, we'll do the buckler on this one, I think. A little bit of camo. A little bit of crazy laser action. Hello. Just take tobacco. Nicotine is calorie free. Okay, but real? Like that's totally legit. Like, I'll be honest, if you're a smoker, you have a better shot at eating less because it isn't an appetite suppressant. My source is that I used to smoke. Used to. Quitter. Yeah, I'm a quitter. Not gonna eat tobacco. No, you don't eat it. Oh my goodness. That's actually really bad for you. Don't do that. I know people who have like done chew or whatever, and like even just swallowing some of that makes you horribly ill. And just to be clear, I'm not endorsing smoking. Don't smoke. There are other appetite suppressants out there. I recommend one. It's called water. You sip water throughout the day, you'll be a lot less hungry in general. Swallowed it before. It's not a good experience. Like if you swallow more than just a teeny little bit. I only tried dip once, and that was not a fun experience. It's kind of gross, I'll be honest. Not at all. I throw up for weeks. Yeah, sounds about right. I mean, I mainly vaped. I only smoked for a short time, and then I was like, well, that's just obviously bad for you. But I have an addiction now, so I guess I'll vape. Swallowing prescription things is a lot better. Yeah, when you're prescribed something, you know, like medicine, that's usually something you should eat. Yeah, you should take your medicine. I will say, for anyone whoever has to try to quit, vaping is a good tool for that because you can wean yourself off of the nicotine. There's some tricks to it too. The one I used was, for most places where you can get vape juice, you can buy it in certain like amounts of nicotine, but usually you can't like specify a very specific percentage or anything like that. Prescribe yourself tobacco. That's not how that works. You're not a doctor, I don't think. But yeah, you can get usually 0 nicotine, and then whatever the lowest amount is from whatever place you prefer. Did quit years ago when I had an addiction to smoking, and I'm glad I did. Yeah, no, life's better. I don't have a cough, so that's pretty good. I didn't like coughing. That was like my biggest motivator, was that I did not want to keep coughing for the rest of my life. That kind of sucked. I was like, yeah, you know, let's quit. It was like my last year of college. I was like, yeah, this is probably gonna be my last good opportunity. So, you know, why not use it, right? Why not take that opportunity? Yeah, you can get 2 of the same, like, flavor or whatever. And then basically just mix them together to get the concentration you're looking for. I felt the need to smoke. I put a toothpick in my mouth. See, the thing is, I had broken that habit, right? And like the vape is a very different like sensation and experience from regular smoking. So nothing like that quite worked. I had to have like something fully occupying what I was doing with my hands. I also use the really big, like, vape boxes. Just an oral fixation. Yeah. I think for at least people who use the ones that I did, it was more of like you're used to doing it. Kind of like just an actual habit of doing the motions. Like physically of going and picking it up because it's so weighty. Aw, you gotta be kidding me. He hit the fuel tank and I died. Keep a cigarette in my mouth and not fingers, which led to the oral fixation problem. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, overall, it's difficult. It's a lot more difficult than you'd think, too, when you're, you know, prior to ever having done it. It seemed a lot easier than it ever was. Which isn't, like, that surprising, obviously, but... But at the same time, it's totally doable. Like, you can absolutely do it. Really ate an apple seed just now, and it really is difficult. Holy shit, don't do that. That sounds like it would be very uncomfortable. Consuming the actual tobacco, like you said, with chews, by the way, it's more about dosage. Both chew and smoking is grossly inefficient. In a tobacco tea once, 1 cig's worth of tobacco stretched into like 10 cig's worth of tea doses. Yeah, no, it's all about how much you're taking in. And if you can wean yourself off of the nicotine part, that part of the withdrawal you won't have to deal with all at once. Because, you know, there's just the habit parts of it that are hard enough to kick. If you can really minimize the like physical parts of it, it's easier. Nicotine, or well, tobacco tea, I guess, is good for plants. That's a surprise. I have my doubts, but I'll take your word for it. Chat, is this real? Oh. But yeah, I mean, I was able to quit. I think some people just don't want to quit. They don't want to just say that, which I find interesting. My father is much older than me. I grew up, both my parents smoked. When I got older, both of my siblings smoked. Apparently it's just like a thing in the family, to have an addictive personality, that is. Nicotine is a natural pesticide, and plenty of commercial ones are based on it. Oh, nice. So yeah, you know, secondhand smoke was also a thing. It wasn't too bad. My parents were pretty good about it, but still, you know. You know, it took them like ages to quit, and I kind of get that when we were younger. You know, working and taking care of a bunch of kids. Yeah, that sounds pretty stressful, man. I'm not gonna lie. Have you? That's interesting. Okay, I just could not hit that bus for a second. just stuck. Bus stuck. Family has gambling addiction? I don't know which one's worse. They both cost a lot of money. But yeah, I think I smoked for the shortest amount of time overall compared to everyone else in the family. Having quit, it's makes me realize, like, yeah, no, they could do it. They could quit. They could all quit if they really wanted to. Because it's, compared to a lot of other things, probably not even that bad. Like other addictions that you can have, especially of the chemical sort. So I'm always a bit like, well, you know, Dad, you could quit chewing. You could do that. And he's like, well, you know, I'll get around to it, and then he never does it. It's like, I would rather you just say, nah, I don't think I will. just say no thanks. I'm good. I wouldn't even be that upset by it. I'd just be like, oh, well, all right. I remember at one point he was like, oh, we can quit together, and then I quit, and then he didn't. I was like, so, about that? That reminds me, I gotta give him grief for that next time I'm down there. Actually, I'm visiting my parents next weekend. So, I'll have to remember. I will not remember, but I'll try to remember. A lot of enemies. That one was just walking into a wreck until it broke. Oh, hello. I did to him what he did to me last time. Sort of interesting. All right, we're out. Only had to do it twice. And I mean fully twice, because that happened. The image is not posting to Twitter? Huh? That's weird. Maybe the image is too big or something. I don't know. Blue Sky Works, I did see the notification. Thank you, Dem. Blue 4, target orbital guns. What image? What image? Let me grab it. Right after I turn down this volume. That's better. You spoilered it. I'm grabbing it. 1 second. I gotcha. Okay, we'll use this one. We'll replace it. Pictures. Okay, there you go. I came up with the idea. I had Dem actually make it a reality. Here's the post. There you go, there's the link. I should pin the other thing. I've posted a lot today, actually. There it is. Not making an account just to see. Yeah, that's why I put it up on screen. I figured there'd be a lot of people who are like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Let me pin this. We're pinning that one. Okay. Yeah, so there's a little trend going around. Normally there's like a butler guy, that's the face, but I put my maid outfit head there instead. So I'm serving up Dem. That's Dem's OC there. That's it. Cute little thing. Your boobies are delicious. Oh my god. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Anyway, back to Froggers. It's just gonna stay there. All right, we can turn the music back up and get back into the game. Extra hazard bonuses will be awarded for those executing this as their farewell contract. The Waldhaus Necropolis has been aggressively restructured as both an orbital gun battery and a local garrison for the Loyalists. Remove the 4 orbital guns and your rendezvous with SNC ships standing by in orbit will be minutes away. Cool. Broodmare was pretty crazy. Patrat. 8mm machine gun. Trouble fighting in open areas. Troubadour's crazy. Oh, this is the one with the irradiator. Let's try that. So it's the right click. I had it backwards. Okay, I'm gonna have to get rid of the substation, I think. Or I think that might work. Nice. Okay, got a few of them at least. Can I like walk through these? Yeah, you can. Takes a little effort, but yeah. Vehicle down. Stealth go kind of crazy. Oh, hello. Okay, I think they noticed me. I'm gonna wait for one of them to get close to that. Oh man. That like messes up the whole run. Let's just restart. I learned a few things. Use laser machine gun or EMP. Yeah, if I raise the alarm again, that's probably what I'll end up doing. I really want to try out the stealth more proper, you know. Does EMP also launch like grenades, or how does that one work? I recall it in the tutorial, but I don't think it ever like explained in detail. Like that I recall anyway. Yeah, got those guys. You have a depot too, so we're doing quite all right. This is a comms tower. We'll probably go around and get rid of these guys. Fires a grenade, it knocks out shields, stuns vehicles entirely, lowers grid power. Okay, cool. Is that explosive? A little worried that those might be explosive. And that I should not run directly into them. That was not what I expected. Okay. I don't think there was a good way to approach that one. They kind of just put me down a corridor. They had EMP, but you have stealth. In that case, just abuse stealth and try to literally never be seen. Yeah, that's kind of my goal here. Man, he still raised the alarm? Just because he was taking damage. Unless, could he see me? I can't tell. Oh, I died. Oh. Vision is not a obvious thing. The heck? Shield. Howdy, boys. It does make them radio in, so you want to dump damage on them as fast as possible, and I think the bad hand does higher damage up close. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. It has a bit of a cone, and how close you are does also matter. Interesting. Is this all the substations right here? Yeah, it is. Okay. I can get rid of those, at least, then. You know, if I need to. Deal with a few motorbikes. It's not too bad. There's a guy there. I just walk through this. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I dumped all the damage I could on the guy. Alright. Oh well. You weren't also I was actually stomping, believe it or not. How much health does this thing have? Oh, I wasn't able to shoot it yet. So I was surprised. I ran right up to it and started stomping my little feetsies, and it still wasn't enough. Yeah, it doesn't work on structures. Or at least not much. It probably does like the tiniest bit of damage, but I don't know. Maybe I'll just leave the alarm up. Not the health, it's you having horrible anti-material tools. No, yeah, no, that's what I mean though. Like it has just enough health to get me like that. Rear touch, multiplied damage sum, like a backstab. That's also why I ran up to him. I was going for trying to get in there. At least I wasn't shooting him in the front. Okay. You can go cheese that that northern area. Although I think they're all just gonna have their shields up anyway. So why not? Yeah. This is a rough one. But we'll make it work. Or die trying. Didn't really get two options, right? Come on. There we go. I think the only thing I'm not a huge fan of on the game is the fact that you need to, like, quote unquote, scroll your view, because it's very jarring. But I have to do it on these later levels. Kind of unfortunate. Should be able to stomp it once. There we go. Come on. I know you can lock it, but then you don't see enemies before they see you. Which in these later levels is kind of a death sentence. It's a lot of mongooses. It does not go through out of bounds. Yeah, I kind of would prefer having the EMP right now over camo, because it is rough. Oh, okay, didn't see those guys. They saw me though. All right, I'm giving up on that loadout. That was awful. This one looks fun. I don't think I've tried it yet either. It's like on little balls. Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one. I don't hate it, but I certainly don't love it either. I can see the appeal, but I don't think it's for me. It's probably the right way to put it. It's built for someone, but someone just doesn't happen to be me. Like a Toro with missiles and machine guns any day. Yeah, I mean, this thing is pretty nice so far. I can still do a little bit of sneaky, you know? Pick my targets. This ought to be fun. Didn't expect it to pull every single one from all over, you know? Could have been worse. Yeah, I didn't even see that guy in the last one. That's kind of crazy. Anyway, we'll eat someone. Awesome. I checked my ammo before I did that. I really wanted to, but I had to consider the consequences of my actions first. Nasty. Yeah, it did have 2 railguns. It kind of deleted all my extra shields. And I think only one of them hit me. Anyway, there's the walls down. Okay. I thought there would be more still back here, but now it looks like most of them got pulled. It's just a shield truck? Yeah, okay. There's 2 more to go. I think our odds are much better this time. It helps that I have a real gun. Or 2. That got a little bit worrisome for a second when I was next to those explosive barrels. I really thought one of them was going to shoot at me, and it would just be over. I was also afraid I was just going to drive straight into them like the idiot that I am. That would have been even worse. Okay, buddies, where are you? That is 3 shield tanks. guess they're up north. Okay. Go that way. Up. I'm spending way more time on this mission than I thought I would. Kind of crazy. Oh, this is gonna be nice. 3 for 1. Oh, I didn't get the 3. I only got 2. Oh no, an alert. Everyone's dead though. I didn't do anything. Dang. Alright, mission complete. We did it. Let's get the hell out of here. This is the last of the, like, normal numbered ones. Alright, removal of 8 target vehicles. Heavy spacer. Please purchase in full and then refer to your contract stipulations with regard to eligibility to decline a contract. In this case, you are 4 of the last Brigadors left in Solo Nobre alive. And any further delay may permanently alter the SNC's obligation to extract you from the present opportunity. You are only free to decline the contract if you wish to decline any sums owed to you for services rendered over the past 12 hours, as well as decline any further transportation assistance furnished by the SNC. For those of you still taking this contract, there is only the small matter of removing a small detachment of spacers from the small district of Ariando and commandeering an interorbital. We look forward to contacting you again in the future should we find another opportunity to employ your unique skill set. Good luck, Brigador. Okay. We got Huss with smoke and the cannon. Toro with the cannon and the machine gun. Chook. Rosario's Chook is armed with a 76mm cannon and Belter machine gun. Audio Connect Pulse. Okay. Very weak though. And Arlo, which is the little flyy boy. I think I'll do Huss. Huss sounds good. Since this is the final mission, I'm a little suspicious of how difficult it'll be. Are we like rolling into the capital? Holy shit. Okay, yep, that's about right. About what I expected. Something just out of nowhere. It's one of the targets, huh? A small matter, huh? cannon's crazy. Last main level. Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, I don't know what those other ones are. I don't know if they have like conditions to unlock or something. Okay, comms tower. There's that. A lot of cannons, huh? Extra harder ones? Oh, okay. We might try one. Oh. That didn't go where I thought it would. There it goes. All right, looks like that's it. Escape from Solo Nobre. A word of gratitude from everyone back at the Solo Nobre concern and associated subcorporations for your exemplary service. While you may later regret never being able to return to Solo Nobre alive, we hope you are relieved to have escaped it that way. After some much deserved rest and relaxation and a peek at your bank accounts, please be sure to check back in with us later for freelance work. We will always have contracts available for seasoned brigadors. Sounds like they pay well, at least. I mean... Oh, these are the same missions, but harder. Or like the same maps, anyway. Oh no, some of these might be new. All right, well let's see. What are the options? And more. Man from Volta's Canmore is armed with a Koenig 30mm Gatling gun and Broiler 12 megawatt laser. Audiokinetic. That thing looks crazy to try and do. This looks silly. All right, we'll do one of these. Give it a shot. That's concerning. Basically, lore-wise, brigadors who start the contracts are seen as irredeemable. So basically, if you visited Solo Nobre normally, you would be hung in the street. Yeah. I mean, that about makes sense, considering what you're doing. Wonder if I can, like... That's funny as hell. Check this out. I don't know if that was a good idea, but... If you bring a mortar, you can one-shot win, leave. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just goofing off here. You just hit it and leave. That's not bad at all. Yeah, I mean, these just seem like more to do. Nothing too particularly lore heavy. All right, I do have a bunch of cash. So like, what's in here? Oh, that's a lot of people. I can afford Precursor James, whatever that means. Difficulty, victory bonus. Oh, okay. I feel like I recall there being like a few vehicles in here that are ridiculously expensive. Yeah, this one. What the fuck is that? What is this? That's a gunship from hell. I see that it has 2 heavy slots, but like... Oh, this vehicle has additional auto-firing weaponry. I mean... I gotta try it, right? Okay. Sure. Let's go. Where's heavy? Megawatt focusing, Plowman chemical projector, harvester siege howitzer, okay. Gatling gun 30mm. Grab the hardest pilot you can grab. Okay. Kennedy Spitz. Oh my god! What the fuck is that? He's an admirable corvid. Well, has no conception of social graces, personal hygiene, teamwork, compromise, duty, or the value of human life. Okay, well. I can't argue with that. Jesus Christ, what a creature. Alright. So let's grab our pilot. Grab our mother's love. We'll do harvester, Kraken. Can I make them both harvesters? That'd be funny. Let's see. Active camouflage for mother's love. Okay. Maybe we'll do the pulse. That seems decent. Maybe EMP. I don't know. I don't feel like it's gonna move very fast, so like... I don't know. Audio Connect pulse. Go with the little ones. I don't know. This ought to be interesting. I guess we'll just grab a mission. 1k, yeah, 1k health, 1k shields. Yeah, I think I can manage. I mean, considering what it is, this doesn't seem that bad. The head moves wherever you're pointing the cursor. Oh my god. Okay, there's ammo right there. Perfect. We'll need that later. Okay, I don't even have to do anything. This is crazy. Shit. What was that again? Okay, that is what I thought happened just now. Yeah, it's a little bit overpowered. I think that's a fair assessment. Highest difficulty pilot. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I kind of figured there was a reason. That's why I just went with it. That is an insane cannon. Holy shit. You can't tell me anything can stop this behemoth, though. Go ahead. Call the cops. See if I give a fuck. I think I can leave now, right? This is too funny to blow up, so I have to do it. There we go. 2 objectives completed. Where are the captains? Down there. Let's go get them too, while we're here, as a troop. Oh, you just always have plow mode. It instantly replenishes. That's... Oh my god. That should do it. Cool. This is... That's so wild. It's too easy. Oh my goodness. Alright, well... Wait, what's this about districts? Oh, that's how you cash out? Is that how that works? You have to go through the spaceport to get your money. Oh yeah, let's go ruin a gated community. That sounds fun. A little golf place. You can leave via spaceport. Oh, okay, cool. Free ammo. Really gotta spam that reload key though. Most people use freelance to buy stuff, but you kinda already bought the highest ticket items. Oh, yeah. I kinda did that, didn't I? Oopsies. I mean, I played the whole campaign. Got quite the garrison here. Ooh, ammo. That'd be nice. Okay, good. That's what I wanted. I did not want it to destroy this. I mean, I know this game has you driving a lot of tanks and stuff, but this feels like driving a tank while other people are not. It's insane. Yeah, tanks normal, civilians are bugs, and this is then the tank of that, you know, relative system of comparisons. Play as an on-foot trooper. That sounds abysmal. 1 HP and 15 shield. So you can like shield one hit from a laser or something. Basically, yeah. Checks out. Dang it. Plus you get paid a ton for winning is on foot. I mean, that does make sense. God, I keep destroying all my ammo drops. It's kind of painful. That is definitely the only problem I'm seeing with this one. Is it's just too good. It's just too good. That's the problem. It's too good. On that. Yes, we did the garrison so far. There's still the other objectives. That'll do it. Oh, I can just exit here. Awesome. It's belligerently large and powerful. Yeah, you know, I like it. It's kind of silly. Trivializes the game, but you know, for one quick run, that's I think that's about awesome. Finally get the finally get it like a power trip, you know. Okay. Can I just leave right away or no? Doesn't look like it. Darn, they make you do the objective. There's indestructible walls. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't like make it a silly little thing where just this vehicle can go through them. It's kind of what I was expecting. Yeah, first a little ha-ha is like, obviously, we're not gonna have any trouble with this vehicle. So. Nice, I got an audio bug. Wow, that's loud. It's still loud. I'm hoping it'll go away soon. There it goes. That took longer than it should have. Yeah. That's so silly. Grabbing ammo just fixes it. Solves all your problems. I feel like you've played this game a lot, Mumble. Like hella. To have such random knowledge. You have all unlocks? Hell yeah. I was put onto this game by a friend of mine that I've known for a long time. Did you choose that one level I mentioned to grind it? I don't blame you, man. Like that would be a bit tedious. Yeah, you do this once or twice, and then you're like, all right, well, you know, I've done it. Maybe I'll goof around with the sillier ones, but you know, grinding is. Eh. Use a ship with a mortar, a max level pilot, fire one shot, leave, get paid 1 mil, repeat. There you go. No shame in that. I find, now that I'm, you know, not in schooling anymore, basically, I care a lot more. SNC hates this one simple trick to get rich quick. You can't do anything to stop you. What was I saying? Ever since I got out of schooling, I care a lot more about how much a game respects my time. Because I don't have, you know, several hundred hours to just blow. You know, I'm not bored. I have things to do. I have stuff I want to get done. Well, like Tarkov, people are like, "Whoa, why don't you want to play the current wipe?" Well, because you said the word wipe. I just, yeah, there's other things I could do with that time, and knowing that it's just gonna evaporate is really not a good feeling. It's been a while since I've played. I don't remember that funky thing you're driving, but it looks on brand. Yeah, this is like the max cost. Like, this is the most expensive vehicle you can buy. I think it's kind of like a meme, not really meant to be like a serious vehicle. But it's just like something you can mess around with. And yeah, it's something, all right. If you want a good stealth game, I'd recommend Intravenous 2. Doesn't have any BS, which disrespects time, although being a stealth game, it can be a little slower paced. Well, that's fine. I'm mainly thinking of games that actually destroy your progress actively. Which is why I mentioned like Tarkov. Like, not only is there the fact that you can just lose progress through, you know, cheaters or whatever, but there's also Just the fact that they're gonna delete all of it eventually. Where it's like, well, it's kind of hard to have fun knowing that, you know, what you are kind of working towards, you know, goals, right? Just doesn't have any staying power at all. Like, of course, everything will eventually go away, but I want it to be on my terms, not on someone else's. I also just don't have enough time to do it, you know? If it was like, it might wipe in 3 years, that'd be a little different than in a few months or whatever. Actually, I think that the same friend who recommended me this game also recommended me Intravenous. So, might see that soon. I think I have... Oh, right. Before I can do anything else after this game, I think I have to do The Coffin of Andy and Lele. Because I said I would do it if another chapter came out. And I thought that was going to be like, I don't know, a year out or something. And then like 2 months later it drops. It was just like, oh, shit. All right, well. I thought everyone would forget, but, you know. I thought by then, you know, people would just be like, it's whatever. And I could just do it when I wanted. But now I'm on the hook. A little short on ammo, I think. Just like live service games in general for that. Yeah, if you enjoy stealth, I can't recommend IV2 enough. Especially since it's not strict stealth. If you want to go ramble with an Uzi, you can. Nice, nice. Gives you options. That's good. Like, usually in those games, I try to stealth as much as I like reasonably can, and then eventually, you know, on some stages, you just give up and go loud and say, that's good, I tried. No, that's good. And yeah, a lot of the live service games, I wouldn't mind, like, the way some MMOs have done it, where they just keep working on the game and adding more, like, content to work on. More stuff to do, more things to keep you engaged. But that's like a long-term live service commitment, as opposed to, I don't know, like stuff like what maybe Destiny 2 does, where sometimes things are available and sometimes they're not. I've never been a fan of a lot of the scummy practices in the industry in general. The healthier option going stealth because 20 guys coming at you guns blazing tends to cause health issues. That's true. That is true. I really can't argue with it. It's a good assessment. You know, you can do that. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty good at shooters. I'm pretty good at FPS games. So, you know, maybe I can do that if I can't get the stealth to work for me, you know? I'm having a tough time. What's that last structure? Am I blind? I'm actually blind. Holy shit, it's right here. I was looking for it at the edge of the map, and it's literally right in front of my face. Yeah, like for an example, Destiny 2, I just... It disappointed me in so many ways. Namely, I didn't like the raid content. I have a similar problem with WoW, actually. Wherein... Like, sure, WoW's a cool game and all, in theory. It's got really cool lore. I like the aesthetics and all that. That's all great. But you get to the actual like end game content, the raids, and then you have to like install all this third-party software because the game's just been up for so long that people have just built so much tooling essentially for it that you can't play any other way. And they did encourage it. And it's like, well, if it's not in the game, I don't want to do that. Hi, Chai. Am I winning? Yes. Yes, I completed the like main game. This massive behemoth of a tank looking thing is like the final one you can unlock. And at the end of the whole campaign, I had just enough to buy it and a very interesting looking pilot. I'll show you them in a second. You can see them up in the left corner, but they're kind of small. Okay, you see this creature? That's our pilot. It's pretty boggers. Okay, check this out. This is my pilot. That's who I was just piloting as. What the fuck? Horrifying. It really is. This is gross. Oh my god. Their name is Kennedy Spitz. Like, they got like plugs in their head. They got an asshole in their neck. They just have a whole anus attached to their neck. I don't know what that's for. As compared to characters that are a little more normal. Plugs not in your head though. See, that's fine. Like this guy, he just looks like he's a sad Russian or something. Got the hat. I used to have gauges, but yeah, took those out a while ago. Piercings have never agreed with me. As much as I would like for them to, they just never have. So I kind of gave up on it after a while. My gauges lasted the longest, couple of years. Divorced dad who lives in a Toro down by the river. Yeah, that's this guy. But you know, you gotta do what you can in life. Got beat up by the local Corvids for his lunch money. Yeah, most piercings I've had ended up either with like, well, I pierced my lip for a while, and by a while I mean like a couple months, but it always got like crusty crap around it and it just would not stop, so I ended up getting rid of that because that was gross. I tried it again like a few years after that and it had the same exact problem, so I just gave up on that. My first ear piercings, one of them got like really badly infected. Thankfully it cleaned it, like it cleared itself out once I took it out and let it just drain, but it was gross. The final most expensive one is quite literally just a walking corpse. It's hilarious. I mean, I feel like this is basically a walking corpse too, but yeah. This is so silly. It's massive. I'm kind of surprised there were no like boss fights. That's one thing I think this game could have done. Is you know, if they had more time and money, is set you up for like bullet hell boss fights or something. That would be really cool. But yeah. Imagine boss fighting the mother's love. That's kind of what I'm thinking though, right? Like, sorry, I'm sorry to jump scare you. Let me go select this guy. There we go. Get seen and you just die. I mean, but imagine if they just spread those weapons out and the shots were slower, right? Just a little bit. You know, like the cannons maybe were mortars instead. You know, a couple of tweaks and like, yeah. That could be like the final boss fight of the game. Be hard as hell. You'd have to strafe really hard. They could just give you a bunch of like fast mechs. I guess they'd have to like take away the ammo. Just give you infinite ammo. Ah, you'll be fine. Figure it out. Give Mother's Love a few little moves it can do to get you in front of it, and you have, I don't know, stealth or smoke or something. You have to do something to make sure you don't just evaporate. I don't know, it'd be neat. They could do something. I'm not a boss fight builder, so I'd be up to them. Core game is good, you don't need bosses. It just would have been a nice finale. You don't have to have bosses, but bosses usually are like the final challenge, and then you're done. You know, it gives you that feeling of being done. It's usually, I think that's why most games have it, or some kind of final challenge. You know, something that really takes it up that last notch and forces you to do everything you can. And it's very engaging. I just got done playing Armored Core 6, and that was... Final level isn't a boss, more like an immense gauntlet at city limits. I mean, yeah, that sounds fine too. Like a real challenge, or like a really intense challenge. Everyone is trying to kill you. That sounds about right. Yeah, no, it's just something I haven't seen then. And I'm probably not gonna go through all of that, at least not on stream. That would be a lot of, just a lot of playing. That's, yeah, that would be like a whole extra stream of just kind of breezing through these. We got the story. That's mainly what I wanted, because I recalled it being interesting, but I don't think I read it the first time I played. And I'm happy I did. It's got some nice nice setup, and it sounds like there's like a whole novel, so you could definitely go further. And I think in Acquisitions there's intel. Yeah, you can get lore. Cyclolucidites. What? Interesting. Yeah. At some point I'll maybe come back and read through these Brigador contract pages. There's merch? Hold on. I gotta look. There's actual merch. You can get figures and stuff. They're really tiny, but you can get them. 1/144th scale. That's itty bitty. Can't Red Contract do it? It's kind of nutty. I can imagine. Picking legalese, but still. All right, let's do that. We can do that. And we should have time. Okay. Oh, that is a lot of text. Hold on. That's a lot of text. Okay, maybe I'll do that on my own. Holy shit. Okay, I can at least get them. That's a lot of words there. That's a lot of words there, legal man, lawyer boy. God damn. Yeah, I imagine it gives you a lot of context, though. All right, let me see if I can get my document up somehow. I did say if we had time, we could go over that. Oh, what was that? That was a little scary for a second. All right, let me just, I'll just change what we're doing. Get the music going. That looks good. Just changing the status. Actually, better question before I get into that or try to set it up is like Dem, Eris, any of y'all still here? So I know you guys have input on design stuff. If not, I can find something else to fill the last, I don't know, hour or so. Let's see. Just going over my list of games here. I have a few, but I don't know if any quite fit the vibe. Oh, you know what we can do? We can do a little bit of Forever Winter. Yeah, I think that Dem and them checked out, so. I won't bore you with design stuff. It's just text. I don't really have any images to show, so it won't be very exciting. All right, let's change that. Title, change the game. It's fine, and that's good. There we go. All right, all set up. You liked Brigador, you might like Forever Winter. It's an interesting one. I mean, maybe not to play, but at least the aesthetics and stuff you might like. It's a very unique game. Swap this over. Should have time for like 1 or 2 runs, so nothing too crazy. To the innards. I think I have to reset my quests. I had some that were like interesting, but not doable. Forever My Winter? What do you mean by that? What are you proposing, Chai? Is that an offer? Like these are just, well, no, we'll keep King of Kings. But I've had no luck with that one. No luck with this one. It could be an offer. An offer to what? You've arrived. Hi, Bo. How are you? How you been? We just finished Brigador. The main missions of it, anyway. I had considered reading a bunch of the lore, and then I panicked when I saw that it was like several pages of in each one, and it was like, that's a lot of text. Been good, except for feeling sick all day. I'm sorry to hear that. It's allergy season here, so I feel like crap even though I'm not sick. So, you know, cheers to that or something. All stuffed up. It's great. I love it. But yeah, the other thing I was considering doing was going over the actual like written design document that I have for the redesign that I'm doing. But I thought, you know, It's all just text. I don't think that's very illustrative of what I'm actually going for. So I'll probably wait until I have the actual. You can pay for those, Bo. You can buy one. You can buy a meow. Did you enjoy F1? I don't think we went through F1 because we only did the up through 21 so far. I see how it is. Listen, the rules got to be the same for everyone, Bo. Anyway, meow. There's your meow. Yeah, I don't know if we got to F1. It seemed interesting, but you're dead to me. Wow. It was getting to a point with just playing Brigador for so long that the swinging of the camera was kind of like messing with my head a little. So I didn't want to keep doing that. Just for like more of a challenge, essentially. We'll probably come back to it though. I think it's on the schedule for tomorrow, so we'll see how I'm feeling about it. Okay, where jammer? It's an option. That map's a little wild. Made a purchase that my roommate keeps judging me for, but it's not weird. Well, what is it, Bo? Go on. Explain. You bought a plain body pillow. Well, that's fine. When are you gonna put, you know, an anime girl or boy on it? That's the question. I mean, I have a body pillow. Comfy. It's nice. You're gonna put me on it? I don't have a body pillow design yet. You'll have to wait. Tiefling on the other side. Oh my god. Kanye's song? Huh? Kanye's song? What do you do now? Wait. I might have heard it earlier today, but I thought that was like a shit post. His name is Yi now. Oh my god. Was that the Was that the how do I phrase this in a way that's Twitch safe? The one about the guy with the funny facial hair? Is it that one? Or is that something else? Yes? Uh-oh. 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 That was real? Oh, man. All right. Homie, praise dictator. Yeah, that one. I thought that was fake. Okay, well, all right. Cool. Great. Yep. Yeah, we'll do the Frozen Swamp mission. Yeah, I know the mission. Made a song about giving his cousin head. What? I didn't know that either. Okay. I know nothing about Kanye. I don't listen to any of his music. I never have, to be clear. Never been a fan of Kanye. Not big on rap in general. Like, just honestly. Made a Twitch channel? Well, he's gonna get banned real fast. Actually, I think that's like an instant ban. Frozen Swamp. Entry point. Banned in 28 minutes. Oh, that's, yep. Did he do something on Twitch to get banned, or did they just ban him for being who he is? Because, I mean, fair. That's my loadout. Okay, I did set up my loadout. Good. Yeah, no. Thank you for putting it that way. Do not say that. Yeah, don't say that. Got banned because he also said that. I'm saying it that way. Yeah, no, that's you can't say that on Twitch, especially not on purpose, which we know the guy. It's on purpose. We all know. Oh man, that's wow. I think Kick, and he should be fine. I think Kick would ban you for that too. Kick is not like a free-for-all. There are rules. Question is, are they going to be enforced? And, you know, they don't have like any good bots. I think that's my biggest issue with Kick and using it.
Maybe eating a bullet would be better.
Is that I just don't... Like crap, there's a lot of shit on my screen. After playing Brigador, I feel like I look at a screen like this and I'm like, God, there's so much stuff on the screen.
Way too hot here. Keep low.
Gotta run. He somehow got like 24 backup dancers singing the chorus with him in the thing too. No, I heard the song. I heard it earlier. I think someone put it to some weird... I think it was something from the Sonic movie. And I was like, okay, well, why do I see the Sonic movie? Why are they talking about you can put any song to this? I was like, okay. What do they mean? And then I turned it on and I'm like, what the fuck am I listening to right now? You saw that? Okay, so I'm not crazy. You know I'm not crazy. It's real. Been curious about this, DH. It's an interesting game. Coldest E-bar ever. The dumbest one he's ever done, for sure. These guys are like rolling up on me. Fit a little too well. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. It's like how you can combine what is it? It was like it's an anime opening, and one of Slipknot's songs. It just fits so well. Oh my god, though. Hey Frost, how are you? Hey fucker, I am fucker. I have been known to fuck. On occasion. I'm doing all right. We just played through some of Brigador. I guess I should say some of, because we didn't like 100% all the missions. It's more the fucked, but what? Excuse me? Why does everyone think that I'm the one getting fucked? Even in the Discord, in Dem's Discord, I keep getting reacted by people with male pregnancy. Just keeps happening. Look like a femboy. I'm not the only one in there though that is looking like a femboy. All right, it's not, I'm not the only one. That's why it confuses me.
Look for gaps.
My God.
Maybe we can slip past.
I need to find a specific item over here, and those guys are like about to be in my way, I think. Okay, well, I can't get it out of that. It's locked. Did he ever say how old he was? That's a good question, and I'm not sure I'm ready for the answer. I did not bring a drill. What the hell am I? What would I be drilling?
boxed in. Spread out.
I mean, I'm not arguing with the femboy allegations at this point. A rapper of a very different flavor I find much more interesting is A$AP Rock. Subject matter and art style are atypical of the genre. That sounds more interesting, at least. I didn't exactly like grow up in the culture that rappers are usually talking about. Whether that be rich person or like, I don't aspire to be disgustingly rich. So that's not very appealing. I know a lot of them talk about that. Oh my god. They're actually boxing me in. This is crazy. Oh, water thieves. Not to be confused with A$AP Rocky, he's a bit more traditional. Interesting. Definitely when he was a kid for sure, but it makes me wonder. It's kind of tragic depending on the age. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I want to know. There's some things you're better off not knowing. A blood pressure app for testing before giving plasma, and it feeds me ads for other blood pressure apps who also feed me ads for blood pressure apps. What the fuck? Ouroboros? Hello? Does it circle back eventually, or like? These are important questions. They need answers. Just endless ads. Oh, damn. And the age his cousin was 6 to his cousin being 14. Aw. Yeah, so I think the biggest problem I have with this game is enemies tend to like pop in and the audio is lackluster. Like, let me go to my options here. Let me check. What's my audio settings? Let me turn up general audio. I didn't hear those guys walking. They basically may as well not have been, as far as I'm concerned. But so, two guys just ran up on me and I didn't hear a word. You know, like nothing. And outside of your general vicinity, there's basically nothing happening as far as the world is concerned. Like, it's just the enemies near you, which is, I think, why you feel like you're immediately boxed in the moment you're going to do anything in this game. Because you essentially are. They all have to spawn within a certain range of you, and they want to make the world feel alive, but they're really trying hard to not overwhelm it too. Did you tweet that the real reason his jaw was wired shut was to stop? Oh my god. I'm not even sure I believe these things, man. Like that, I don't know. At this point, it's hard for me to say. Like, is that satire at this point? Like, at what point do you just say, you know, it's a bit outlandish? Like, I don't know. Like, there's gunshots like 200 meters that way, and it sounds like they're a mile out. Did you hear how bad the Guilty Gear Strive leak is? I didn't hear about a leak at all. What happened? The fuck are those? And I just need the drone device. He's clip farming. What do you, huh? Clip farming? What are you talking about? I wish I was clip farming. I don't know how to clip farm. I'm too stupid for that. The entire source code got leaked. It's so bad you can just launch the full game in an Unreal editor. Oh my god. That being said, I'm not a fighting game fan, so unfortunately this means nothing to me. It doesn't impact me at all. You're like older? Yeah, I'm also just trying to have a good time. I'm not trying to be fake. God, you're 30. I am 28. Thank you very much. Oh, god damn. There's too many of them. Slipped, I meant 27. Uh-huh. For better or worse, I think Kanye's defining feature is blurring the lines of satire. I struggle so much with that idea. Because, like, there's a point where it can't be satire anymore, and even if it is, you can't be joking that much. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be a line. And I think he's probably crossed it, where it's like, yeah, you were joking. But, like, you kind of meant it, too. You did both, man. Or stop sucking dick. Hey, listen, he can suck dick all he wants. Johnny Somali is worse? Well, Johnny Somali is an actual, like, public nuisance. So that's kind of an easy dub for anybody. Literally anyone that hasn't, like, killed someone or gone about trying to harass the public for hours on end for funny hee hee hoo hoo content is already, you know, doing better. So it's low bar, really low bar. Like, it's on the floor. You literally put the bar on the floor. It is. Where the fuck is this thing, man? I see items in there, but I can't get in there. And he did have a persona, pretty much. Listen, I don't care if they have such things. I don't care if they suck dick. Honestly, not a big deal. Don't care about any of that. I'm just saying, you know, I have a persona. No, I don't. Someone has designed one and told me I could have it, and then I said no thank you. Wonder where a song would be on the chart if not for the bands. I can't imagine it would be doing very well, except for, like, I don't know. I wish people would stop hate watching and hate listening shit. Like, just stop consuming things you hate. Please stop. I'm begging you all. People do it way too often. Like, that's how money gets allocated. Like, there's game studios that I just don't like because they didn't treat me well in some way, shape, or form. And so I just don't buy from them anymore. I don't play their games. I don't talk about them. Someone invites me to play one of their games, I just say, oh, no, I'm good, man. I give them as little attention as possible. That's a fucking exo on my walkway. What the fuck? I hate EA, but I like their games. I'm generally just wary of an EA game. But if I invite you to hold my hand, that's different. I don't have any problem with the developer of your hand, so I mean, sure. Yeah, most game studios are okay enough. Like, even EA, I don't strictly hate them. Are they great? No, but they could be so much worse. I'm talking about ones that have, like, made me feel personally wronged. Learn to hate Nintendo. I hate Nintendo. That's a moral issue for me, though. Like, I take moral umbrage with the way they behave as a company, so I don't do business with them. But I'll say that out loud and tell you not to buy their products. Everyone be like, oh man, Nintendo is so awful to all their consumers and everyone, and they're copyright trolls, essentially. They just won't let anyone have fun. Anyway, who's buying the Switch 2, guys? What the fuck, man? They can remotely destroy your Switch 2 if they detect you mod stuff. I'm not surprised. They're actually just like some of the worst, and people keep buying it. If you keep buying it, they just keep doing it more. Once they push that limit and you just say, okay, they'll keep going until you tell them no. And then they'll back off and go right up to the edge and stay there. Tried to sue someone for a red hat with an M. That sounds like them, yeah. That hurt. I've been shot. I didn't get the drone thing that I need. I don't know if I can get it, though. I might just have to leave. Yeah, if you're going to complain about the company, I think you have to be willing to at least take the step of not buying their products anymore. Like, at a bare minimum, right? Straight up don't complain about it. Yeah, I mean, Nintendo's the only one I bring up because people seem to just not get the message, as opposed to a lot of other companies where people are just like, oh yeah, I guess don't buy from that one. They did a bad, and they like actually figure that out. Wait, no, X as in literally like insert thing here. Yeah, I hate that they changed the name. That's the most annoying thing about new Twitter, is that they changed the name to X. Yeah, X, find X. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, come on. This isn't algebra anymore. Grow the fuck up, man. Yeah, I just call it Twitter, because no one knows what you mean if you just say X. You could mean a lot of things. It's shit. It's a shitty name. It has no power. Let me hop on X real quick. Yeah. Guarantee you it was a liability reason. Oh, who knows? Oh, that's a drone. Bring back the bird. The bird? Huh? Oh, you mean like the Twitter bird. Gotcha. I think I need to calibrate my face tracking. It's a little off. I only just noticed, of course. Okay, there we go. Let me move this over. There we go. Normally I have chat on the right side of the screen, and I had it on the left for Brigador. Because Brigador puts some stuff on the right side that I had to read. Now I can move it back. I get like a pain in my neck if I look to the left for too long, too often. So I usually try to, yeah. Just Vanguard upgrade. That's it. That's all it's called. It's just the one. Okay, so yeah, I guess I'll take it. But yeah, that's about it for companies all specifically name and shame. You know, I honestly don't really mind what Twitter is right now. I guess. I mean, it could be better, but it's a tool as far as I'm concerned. I'm not very good at using it, but it's just a tool. It can be fun at times. It can suck at times. It's it's whatever. Could be better, but it's been so much worse. Well, yeah, I mean, I know that the censorship was rampant for a time, and I'm not a fan of that either. I mean, that's kind of just been the tone online for a while, was people trying to censor others. Which I don't agree with, just in general. Like, I think that's up to the users, and I think you should give users tools to decide who they want to interact with. Obviously, you have to have basic rules, you know. Popeyes is better than KFC. I mean, you're allowed to have an opinion. That has not been my experience. But I haven't had Popeyes in a long time, so my experience could be outdated. You know, depends on the KFC. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on which place you go to, you know, like location wise, I think, because doing fried chicken good is not actually that easy.
Pick your targets. Make every shot count.
Cool. I have a suppressor now. I didn't know you could get those until recently. It's a huge difference. You don't alert every single enemy in the, you know, a 10-mile radius. I don't really feel like killing that drone. Costs more ammo than it's worth. Crispy Crunchy Chicken is pretty good, despite being a gas station type tack-on brand. I think it's unironically good. Oh, I don't know. I'm not crazy on the like thick breaded fried chicken personally. I like more the thin breading, if any at all. You guys have full-on food stands and gas stations? Only some. Some some gas stations have like the full-on food stands where you can actually get like a warm hot dog, I guess, if you're into that, or like some chicken or whatever. Others have like mini delis in them where you can get like bagels, subs, sandwiches. You know, it depends. Like, back where I'm from in Pennsylvania, we have Wawa, and Wawa is pretty huge because that's exactly what they carry. They carry all sorts of sandwiches and stuff that you can get made fresh to order there. Like, they have people. Not in every single location, but in a lot of them. So you can get like fresh food while you're on the road, and it's pretty quick. And it's not bad. Like, it's actually not crap, which is crazy. Wawa's like a cultural icon from what I know. Yeah. Why the fuck has inflation hit Twitch? I know, right? I fucking know. I just saw someone posting news today from Twitch. Apparently, if you get all the way to a hype train level 5, you get a 35% discount on all your gifted subs from then on. Okay, that doesn't help me at all or anybody else that I know. I don't think I've ever seen anyone I know get a hype train level 5. And if I have, maybe once. Like, that's only for the bigger people, so it's like, man. But they increase the price for us because, you know, gotta do that. I want to try lionfish because it economically supports genociding lionfish, which have become an ecological disaster. Seen someone I know get a level 3. I mean, it's not cheap. You make more money? No. No, actually, you make less. But the idea is you're going to get people to buy gifted subs to get in on the hype train at that point that they would not have bought otherwise because they see a deal. You know, it's a sale, quote unquote. You know how that works, you know? You tell someone, oh, it's $10. They go, You tell them, oh, it's on sale for $10. They go, oh, okay. What was it before? Let me take a look here. It's a little bit different psychologically. I don't like it because it's a trick to get you to spend your money that you otherwise wouldn't part with, but whatever. A sale in the ads reduced section. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not like it's a bad thing to get gifted subs, of course. And that, I mean, I like the idea of having sales. I just don't think it should be locked behind hitting a certain, like, number, you know? You don't know Asda? No, I don't. Did you know how bad lionfish got? Fishing for them has zero limits. You can genocide them in droves. Florida does not care. No, I've heard about lionfish. I've also heard about there's like some jumping fish that also has basically the same rules where you can kill as many of them as you want. They jump out of the rivers and shit. And fishermen just go around grabbing them, literally grabbing them, and just piling them up. I don't know what they do with them. They probably turn them into like feed or something. Literally just pulp them and feed them to animals or something. That actually doesn't sound like a bad idea. I saw something fish with a brick in a lake. What? Huh? That's a crazy screen for a second there. I got stuck. So someone fish with a brick in a lake. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. The game has a fair amount of customization. Oh, it's not right at all. Customize. No, that's not it. Oh, here it is. It has some bugs still, especially UI bugs. There's quite a few of them. Magazine I. Oh, we got magazine C now. That's nice, I guess. Okay, nothing really. I think I picked up something for my M4. They're not numbered upgrades. They're just upgrades. Okay. Okay. And on par with IV2. Interesting. Yeah, the thing is, the gunplay is not awful, but I don't like transitioning from third person to first person. Like this. This is kind of like the camera zooms in and you fly over. It's not, I don't know. I don't love it. Also, the fact that I can't just turn my flashlight on and just keep it up kind of makes the flashlight useless. Like, I can do this, I guess. But why can't I just hold the flashlight up? That's the whole point of the flashlight. Kind of annoying. I don't know. It is a game with significant potential, but man, it is so rough around the edges. Like, this could be something someday. Well, have a good night, Bo. Thanks for dropping in. I hope work goes well. I don't know when you're working, but you know, I hope it goes good. It felt like forever to get your 5 cigarettes, Lordos. Yeah, it did actually. It was basically forever. That was a long time. It took me quite a while. 25K. My actual name? I don't remember. I think it began with a B. At least it feels like it began with a B. All I know is that I was a good policeman. That was a long time ago now. A hardened biosuit? Ah, that's from another lifetime. It is so old now, one of the earliest of its kind. You already know it is not standard police issue, at least not where I was posted. I earned this body after that incident, in the bio-slums of Outer Mongolia where I gave my life. That said, what I wouldn't give for my favorite pastime now. I really miss the aftertaste of import cigs, the taste of home. As always, I will have something for you in return. So this is like... I don't know what's going on with bro. Like, he's got something shoved in him. I guess bayonets, but he's just like chilling. I don't know if I have enough import cigs. Let me take a look. I only have 3. Dang it. Okay, well, 2 more, I guess. Bro's just hanging out. He's just hanging out. Yeah. I don't know what all the blood bags are for exactly. I feel like there's a lot of lore that this game might have, but also, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not sure that it does. Also, holy shit, that's bright. All the body bags are just like hooked up to tubes and shit. I have no clue what's going on in here. There's more of them in here. I'm utterly clueless as to what's happening here. That's just bodies. And there's like a... I guess this is like a servitor or something. Or was. I have no clue. A lot of it's kind of, if I may be so blunt, haphazard. Like, they're going for a vibe and like a feeling, right? But I don't feel like they actually know what everything is going on here. Like, they have a vague idea. You know, I think it looks cool or something. But they didn't actually, like, sculpt these things. They didn't make it all by hand and all that type of stuff. Which, I mean, is fine. They don't have to. But I feel like without any really explanation, it's kind of just like a vibe. It's not really... It doesn't hook me the same way. You can pet the dog, though. So that's good. You can pet the dog. Let's see. Here's the Rat King. That's the Rat King mech. You can pray to him. You won't hear anything, though. You know, because he's a fucking rat. You can watch the war unfold on the big screen or the little screen, you know, your choice. Those are... I think those are from specific locations in the game. They just turned it into like a cinematic video. I think there's one other location that I think is like worth showing you. It might also not be so utterly dark. This is one thing. I'm just going to complain about this because I can, because I think it's a worthwhile complaint. A lot of games now that are supposed to be like heavy, right? Heavy, grimdark, depressing, whatever. They're actually just literally dark. I can't see shit. I'm blind. I don't know what I'm looking at. And it's annoying. I want to see what you're making, what the beautiful world you've crafted. Can I see it, please? Pretty please. Come on. I just want to see, man. I shouldn't need a massive flashlight to see anything in the middle of the day. It's just not, it's not a engaging fun experience. Anyway, I'll drag you guys over to this one so you can see it. I don't have a mission here, but it's whatever. I had this exact complaint today with Expedition 33. I couldn't see shit while fighting enemies in a cave, so I couldn't parry. Yeah, no, exactly. Games have been doing this for a good while now, where it's just like, I can't see the game. This issue gets even worse when they do the like relative lighting thing. It's kind of like default in Unreal, I think. And in some Unity engine setups, where if you're outside and looking into a building that doesn't have like explicitly really bright lighting, you can't see anything in there because it's kind of bright outside. And it's like, okay, but if the lights are on inside, it shouldn't be pitch black in there. I should still be able to see this. That's not how eyes work. You know, would it look a little darker? Yeah. Would it look like it's a void? Also, no. Lighting just seems to, nobody seems to give a shit about it anymore. I don't know. Not how I like it, but whatever. I'll bring some normal ammo for my AK. Plenty of meds. Bring some drills just in case. Drills let you get access to certain high value items. Yeah, I don't really have a solution for it either, other than they just have to unfuck their lighting. It's that simple. I would rather the game look like less realistic and be able to see everything nice and clear, nice and crisp. Because like look at this right here, right? If you just turned the brightness up, let me see if I can do that in settings. That'd be really funny if I can just crank my brightness. Also, what's up with that? Anyway. Gamma. Okay, let's just turn the gamma up and see what happens. Oh. Okay. I mean, it's probably going to be overexposed now in some areas, but okay, cool. That's better. It's a bit specific to probably this map. We'll see how it is on others. This is one of the more brighter ones. It's kind of why I picked it. So hopefully that's better. Their thing that tells you how to adjust it, though, is totally wrong. I needed to have the left one very visible. But hey, we got color now, guys. We can see. But things are a little overexposed now. Oh well. I can live with it. Anyway, here's what I brought you here for. That thing's really fucking cool. Now, would you like to see the biggest disappointment of this entire game? I'll show you. I'll show you. First of all, it doesn't react to me approaching it. That's just depressing. More importantly, I can't climb it. I can't go into it. It's not a real thing. This is fake. Not sure if you can run all the way to the other side. I'm gonna find out. It really is. If I can get in the back, that'd be crazy. I've run over here before. I just never went all the way around. But I feel like it's... Yep, minefield. Can't get over there. You literally just cannot go. And I've checked both sides before. So you can go underneath it. You can like walk around under here, but there's nothing to do. And when you spawn in where we just did, you may have noticed this thing like rolls onto the map. It's functional. It just got here. And it does nothing. I don't know. I just feel like it's weird to have a set piece that you're not using. That you can like physically access, and it just does nothing. You can't do anything with it. It's just hanging out, I guess. I've never used this exit over here, so let's explore a little. Oh, also, if you see a place where you can like drop down to get to something, don't do that. Ow. That fire hurt me from a distance. Yeah, don't try to like drop down places and things like that if it's not clearly where you should be going, like very clearly. You'll just die. I've had that happen. That was really, really upsetting. I might be able to show you the location. That is not a friendly though. There. That is in fact a mech. Makes me want to play Helldivers. Yeah, that's usually the feeling I end up leaving the game with. Is maybe I should have just played Helldivers. I love the aesthetic though. Like the idea they're going for is great. But they make a few decisions that I understand where they're coming from, but I've done enough work on like balancing tabletop type things that are, you know, basically gaming, quote unquote. That's what I did for years as part of the role-playing stuff that I did. I was in various staff and leadership positions where we would have to make decisions like that, come up with the systems, balance them out, make it fun, right? One of the hardest things to do is give people enough reward and punishment in kind to make it fun but difficult. One of the things they've done with this game is there are enemies who can be spawned. There's a couple of things that'll make it happen, but killing enemies is like one of the #1 ways to cause it. They're called hunter killers, and they will spawn and just approach you. That's all they do, but they continue to approach you forever. Like they know where you are at all times, and they will find you. Which is stupid. I'll be honest, it's stupid. I understand what they're going for, which is to discourage you from just like cheesing combat or something, right? But there's a massive war going on. What the fuck's a hunter killer coming after me for killing 10 guys? No business with that. That doesn't make any good sense. And why can't I have that fun? Why can't I enjoy the sandbox you put me in? Like, why is that a thing? Anyway, you can crawl under here and drop down. Now you might think, right? So there's a, let me show you the bridge. There's a bridge right there. It connects over to there. That's one of the exits. It's kind of a big deal that you get to that bridge. So I got stuck down here once, and there were enemies fighting up on this bridge right here, and I didn't want to take that fight. So I was like, oh shit, what do I do? I found this little pocket, and I was like, oh hell yeah, you can drop down here, right? And you see the concrete at an angle over there, right? Like you're seeing all this. I'm not crazy. And you might think, oh, I can drop down because like it's right there. It's right there. It's perfectly safe. It makes perfect sense. You can drop down, crawl over to that, and climb up and get on the bridge and go over. Okay, well, let me show you what you can't see. You, in fact, cannot climb up that. They could have made it so you could, but they didn't. If you drop down there, you actually just die. You just instantly die. You can come back and get your stuff. It'll be up here, like around where you dropped in. But why? Why is that there? Why didn't they plug it up? This has been known since like around the time of release. And this has been out for a good while. And they haven't plugged that little hole. You're not supposed to do it. Why is it there? Why hole if no go in? Why hole if no entry? I want to know. I need to know. Anyway, here's another one of those behemoth things. Maybe this one we can go inside of. I guess technically it's more inside it than we were before. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, let's go upstairs. Yeah, it has a lot of the feelings of Helldivers, but then it's just like, but don't fight. It specifically does not want you to use the fighting mechanic. Like it discourages you in every way that it can from fighting. I really wish it wouldn't do that. So yeah, they set up an insta-death trap, and I don't think they meant to, but they did, and they just kind of acknowledged it and never fixed it. So I'm not this game's biggest fan so far. It also kind of just runs like crap, despite the fact that like they put in a lot of effort to or allegedly to not overstress your system by like simulating the whole map. But I'm just in this area without using any fancy like render resolution tools stuff, like no FSR or whatever, just running at my native res. My settings are pretty mild, I think they're like high or whatever, and I have a pretty beefy system. I'm at 40 FPS right now. It runs like crap. I think this was at 60%. And I was definitely getting some like artifacting going on. But at least it ran at, 60 frames. Which is, I mean, that's a bare minimum. Yeah, I mean, neat game. Really, I love the aesthetic. I love the whole post-apocalyptic stuff, just in general. It could just be better. Could be a lot better, actually. Oh, hello, everybody. I'll be going now. Okay, can I go, like, up? This is kind of crazy. How far can we take this? I feel like I'm doing something the devs didn't really intend for me to do. Which scares me just because I feel like that's how I end up stuck or dead. But I'm nothing if not an explorer. the jumping is a little interesting. Oh, I'm trying to get all the way up, or as all the way up as one can. Come on, do it. You can do it. You can do it, old man. Oh. Oh. I think I can do it. I think I can do that. I think I can do it. Oh, 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 come on, come on. All right, let's go up here first. Nope. Okay. Come on. I love stuff like this. Oh, we did it. I don't think it can go any higher. The marker is not centered, allegedly. Yeah, it's definitely not. Interesting. Anyway, you can get a nice view. There's a massive wall. These buildings are actually huge. Like, for humans, they are massive. Like, that would fit a ridiculous number of people. That is bigger than any skyscraper I'm pretty sure exists. Like, it's huge. I mean, like, width and like thickness wise, I'm fairly certain. I mean, not by that much, but like, it's a thick boy. What effect am I seeing there? Oh, it's supposed to be a flag, but the resolution-y thing is doing. All right. Yeah, I don't think I can jump any higher. That's a shame. Anyway, I guess that's enough goofing around. Where does this drop me? Somewhere I've never been before, maybe? This flashlight's so bright, but then it goes like 5 feet and falls away. It's a bit silly. Let's see. Yep, this is the place I have been. So I guess it's not that big. So we can check over here. I feel bad for the people who are going to try to like make lore videos about this game, because there's really not much. This is just, it's pretty barren, you know, like there's nothing about this tells me anything. Very little character to it. Yeah, a lot of the visuals and stuff are super cool. I guess I just want more. I want more gunplay. I want to kill more. I get the point of like being a scavenger and all that fun stuff, but gunplay is fun. I like shooting things. You're really discouraged. The next fill around here somewhere. Let me just kill these guys. Oh, howdy. That guy actually just materialized. It's kind of crazy. Gas 2B, sure. The upgrades also are like, they're really nondescript, so I don't know what I'm picking up usually. Like, you have an idea, you know, utterly clueless, but like receiver C. Yeah, I remember that one. Let's play Brutal Doom co-op again. I don't think I've ever played Brutal Doom. Also, another thing, no leaning, as far as I'm aware. Oh no, there is. You have to be zoomed in for it. That's probably why I never noticed. Oh, okay. Well, at least there's that. My bad. I genuinely didn't think that that existed. Did I stand corrected? Yeah, these ones aren't even lettered. Usually, like the bigger the letter, better. Oh, that's fucking cool. Let me get rid of this turret. Anyway. I loot this one already? Yep. Okay. What do I have? Explosives. Yeah, I don't need explosives. Large lockbox is worth more.
Let's get it going.
Was that water? Yeah, water? Water is like the primary resource of this game. It lets you upgrade stuff and do all sorts of things. Okay, for some reason I could not pick that one up. Anyway, I wanted to look at this mech. I've never actually had a close-up with one that didn't involve it either scaring the shit out of me or being on fire, just engulfed. That was great collision with the camera. Really liked that. It's so fucking cool. Yeah, this is the one. So these have a turret on the back too, so that you can't like flank them easily. That's an American flag. What the fuck? No shot. I don't know if that was intentional. I sincerely doubt it. 55. You can get in there. All right, you get inside there. If it wasn't clear, I figured I would just hang around until the hunter killers showed up, and then I could show you guys that. Ooh, hello. What's Brutal Doom like? Is that just like one of the original Doom games or something? Can I not get into that bunker? Is it just locked off? Just might be. Yeah, looks like it. Oh, maybe here. They are pretty loose with you getting spotted, at least. I'll give them that. You can kind of just run away, and they're just like, yeah, whatever, man. I don't know if I can get in there. Brutal Doom is a mod for Doom, which roughly modernizes some of the gameplay to be faster paced and more feedback. Generally still the same style as Doom, so headshots, more gore, etc. But it's still Doom graphically. That sounds good. Yeah, no, yeah, of course. Oh, I think I see why you can't get in there. It's fucking empty. There's nothing in there. I could swear I'd seen a target pop up in there, so I thought you could. Oh, well. I don't know, I feel like the people who made this game could have just made a really fun mech game, and it actually would have been probably better. They had some crazy cool designs. There's actually a character that's basically a mini mech. He's a gunhead. You might be able to guess what his special superpower is. So there's like this gun, and it goes. Guess where it goes. Just guess. Just guess where the gun is. Actually hated by some of the community because its popularity kinda eclipsed Doom itself for a little bit, which peeved the Doom community. Well, when something's better, it's just better. That is supposed to be how it works. A lot of games are popular only because of mods, so. Like, imagine if Skyrim was not modded. It'd be like it never existed. It would have been a drop in the bucket, and then everyone would have been like, okay, that was nice. Anyway, moving on. Would not have blown up like it did. And I imagine Doom is only alive because of modders making it, you know, more accessible, more modern to the modern audience. Only a large lockbox. Okay. Ooh, more ammo. Yeah, I've meant to be using my 50 cal here. This is a SCAR, but it shoots 50 cal. And BD brought a lot of fresh blood to the Doom community because tons got into Doom because the mod was so cool. People who never played Doom without hearing about it. Yeah, no, I mean, but that's how it's meant to be. That's how it's supposed to work. Otherwise, the community dies. Like, if you can't continue to innovate and improve upon it, then it literally just will die. I say this because I come from a community. Gary's Mod is where I did all the role-playing I did. And that community relied entirely on modding for well over a decade. But now it's basically dying / dead compared to what it was at one point. Mainly because the developer, Gary, and Facepunch Studios, just don't care anymore. Just let it die. They said, nah, we don't really want to, you know, work on it anymore. We don't want to maintain it. I mean, they maintain it in a literal sense, but they don't really... okay. Ads. Damn it. I despise the advertiser. Ad over. Oh, that was quick. Oh, no worries, no worries. I don't really choose that you get ads. If I could just take no money and not have ads, I would do that. I would even pay money to not get ads for you guys. I could be like, here Twitch, here's $5. Here's a crisp $5 bill. No more ads, please, for anyone. That would be optimal, really. They don't do that though. They should. I think they should. That would be probably a more reliable source of money for them. Just remove that whole entire stress point. What is that guy? Heavy brawler. Okay. Oh, now he's a corpse. Gary's mod was fun. I didn't play much Gmod Tower, but I got into lower Unite for a bit. Yeah, and Gmod Tower was huge. But you can only mod Gmod so much, and the way that they did it, you know, because it's a source game, there's limitations, of course. But even some of the stuff that's like baseline for it, it just wasn't that good. Some choices weren't that great. What were you saying about the dev? You know, with Doom, the ZDoom community and Doom World are heavily controlled by people who are very, very ideological and will remove anyone who doesn't agree. And it's greatly damaged the community and fragmented it. Yeah, so Gary has explicitly said he does not like the roleplay community at all. He doesn't like us. He just hates us. He probably feels like we damage the reputation because, you know, within roleplay there are various kinds, some more questionable than others. You know, I did Stalker roleplay, you know, Stalker, the game series, Shadow of Chernobyl, Clear Sky, Alfred, yeah, those. And now 2. Yeah, I played those and then got into that roleplay community, like over a decade ago. I was probably like 13 when I got into it. Yeah, he decided that he doesn't like us, so he never did anything that would benefit us. Like, never made changes or anything that were related to this would be good for, you know, roleplay servers. If that's who was asking him for something, it was basically always no. I mean, if it inadvertently enabled us to do our thing, then we didn't care about that too much. But he didn't care about our needs or what we wanted, even though we were definitely the entire roleplay community on Gary's mod. Some of it's still there. Are definitely like the most dedicated players and modders out of anybody. Like, if you think anyone's bringing people to your game, it's them. I know the feeling about other sects of a community being shunned, like Doomer boards or more chill Doom community, but they are like Lord Voldemort, ye shall not be named in ZDoom/Doom World. That's weird. But yeah, no, we had in roleplay communities, we had similar things, especially some of the more clicky type ones where they were, would be the right word, elitist. They thought they were better than everyone else. We would get that. There were some that most of us were actually just better than them, and that was usually the World War II roleplay servers. Not all of them, but there were some that we knew of. You can imagine how a World War II Europe roleplay server could harbor some people that are genuinely just pieces of shit. Like just awful people. Really awful, horrid, horrific people. Which isn't something I say lightly. Like, it was bad. It was bad. There were like 1 or 2 of them like that, and it was horrific. We also had other similar problems sometimes with it being a smaller community, you know, role play, things like that. Just getting people like really invested. Ow, my legs. We generally had a rule that, you know, nothing for 18 plus, let's say, was ever allowed in any of the communities. That was generally the rule. If there was anything like that even related to it, it was like tucked away, locked up, and you had to assert your age, and if you weren't of age, you wouldn't be allowed in there anyway. Like, we all knew each other, right? There were some pretty strict rules around all that, but there would still be people who didn't appreciate that we were trying to protect anyone under a reasonable age. 18 within most cases. I think there were some UK communities which were a little different, but you know, of age from having to deal with any of that crap. But like with any online community, there were people that would take advantage of it too. Yeah, so yeah, one modder was caught. Yep. Network of moderators entirely covering for, hiding, banning people mentioning it until Streisand effect went into overdrive. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think... Or rather, fortunately, sorry. Fortunately, I don't think we ever had anything quite that bad that I know of. But we definitely did have people who would like get into DMs of people that were... I think for most of the servers I was in, the minimum age was like 14. And I think the youngest we actually had was 15 or 16. And I talked to his mother and I was like, you need to keep an eye on this. And you need to understand. And she was like, no, he's very mature. And yes, I do keep an eye on those things. I'm like, okay, good. Then I'm okay with him just, you know, playing on the server and doing the normal things that we do. Stalker, for anyone unaware, is basically for roleplay purposes, you can think of like survival in a post-apocalyptic world. I think that it's close enough to what that ends up being. So like there's factions, there's fighting, there's mutants, and you know, all that sort of stuff. You go on jobs, you kill stuff. Yeah, I just want to make that clear of like the theme is you know, fighting and stuff like that, and the role play would always be like, oh, you know, I'm shooting at this guy or something like that. You know, kind of like D&D. I think that's the best descriptor for it. The serious roleplay is essentially just D&D, but with a lot more people involved. Russian radioactive mutant Tarkov. Yeah, exactly. Before Tarkov was ever a thing. Yeah, it's its own thing, and you know, we focused heavily on like the factions and storytelling with jobs and story arcs and things like that. It was essentially a D&D campaign. I think that is a pretty good descriptor for it, where you have a lot of players and they're all doing their own things at the same time, so that you can have a very lively environment, and it's not just like 5 guys and, you know, the DM playing. A little more hectic, but it's a little more lively. Also, it's always on, so like if you get on the server and there's like one other guy on, you both can chill at the bar and, you know, have a chat and just, you know, talk in character, and
Not bad.
you know, make a friend, you know, something like that. But you know, that compared to what some people tried to misuse it for is like, well, that's a big difference. There were other communities that I don't think handled that nearly as well, where they definitely allowed sex appeal, but did not filter people under the age. I didn't like that. One funny story from that, since we're on the topic, and this is an 18+ stream, as far as I'm aware. Oh, this is something I've definitely meant to talk about for like a couple days now, but I just haven't gotten around to it. How to put this? I shouldn't have to say this, and I'm not going to like put it in the rules. Like this shouldn't have to be a rule. But I did have to get rid of someone from my community here now because they did something on someone else's stream, like Invoice. They were in voice with this other streamer that was extraordinarily disrespectful. several times. Like, it wasn't just once. Like, this kept happening. I watched it, and it's a bit disappointing what people think they can get away with when they definitely can't, and then won't even own up to it. It's very frustrating, but you know, just throwing that out there. You know, a lot of the creators, we do talk to each other. So if you don't like someone, or if you're getting frustrated at them, don't be mean. That's all I'm gonna say on that one. It just reminded me of it. I felt like I should throw it out there for everybody. Most of you have no worry with that, so which I'm pretty sure almost everyone. So the big thing which made it infinitely worse in ZDoom was moderators covering for the person till it was unhideable. That was bad. Roblox is also going through it. You heard about it? Yeah, no, yeah, I know. It keeps happening, and I don't understand why people keep letting their kids use these things unsupervised. I get, you know, not like literally sitting over their shoulder, but like, if you're gonna let your kid play a game or use some kind of technology like that, you should kind of like go check it every now and again. Just be like, gimme, let me see. Because not because you don't trust your kid, right? You trust your kid to think that they're doing the right thing, usually. But for one, sometimes kids just, they want to try doing the wrong thing and see what happens. Like, is it really bad? They're experimenting a little. It's part of growing up. But also, it's very easy to trick a kid. It's not that hard to convince them that something is okay that isn't, compared to like an adult. Dealt with that a lot before in life. It's part of why I stay so closed off most of the time. Yeah, I mean, I don't, that and the literal liability is why I don't let viewers come on stream at all. Like, I'll play games with them, I don't mind, but I turn off voice chat. I have none of that. The first reason, and this is, I think, is a very important one for other creators to know, but also for viewers to understand, is if you say something that breaks Twitch rules or YouTube rules or Kick rules or whatever platform they're on, they're liable. It's their problem, not yours. You can't be held accountable. You're not streaming. The way that streamers get around this is we're all streaming at the same time, or we at least know each other very well and we trust each other to not break those rules. But usually it's because we're all streaming. If all of you are streaming, then whoever did the bad thing, even if it appears on everyone's stream, can be held accountable and can be punished, and then it's, you know, more or less forgiven. You should probably get rid of the VOD, but like, yeah. But if it happens on yours from your guest, I think the only way to get around that on Twitch, and this only applies to Twitch, is if they're using the stream together guest thing so that they join in through that to do voice. And that's the only way. There's probably some leeway with, like, you know, voice comms in a game when you literally don't know these people. But you probably have to take quick action. I don't know the full details. Did you specifically hear about Ruben Sim / Discord and GitHub trying to shut him down? I've never heard of that. I do know just generally Discord has a lot of skeletons in its closet as a business. I know they've done a lot of very questionable things and they have made decisions that were questionable. I might know the story, I just don't know the name. It's very possible. Yeah, no, yeah. So the other story that I'll try to tell, the details are difficult to give, but the short version is that when I had my own community that I was running for Stalker Roleplay, and like we had a Discord all set up. We had staff and everything. This was very early on though, and I think there were only 2 of us who had ban privileges. We hadn't quite figured out who wasn't going to have that, other than us. And we had a guy join and go into the voice chats and spent probably like 4 or 5 hours saying utterly heinous things about, well, you get the theme that we're on. Just horrific things. I can't even begin to describe them without probably crossing a line. Yeah, so my staff had to like corral him in the Discord for the entire duration. And they had to like entertain him to keep him from joining the other chats that people were trying to use, because they couldn't really do anything else. Obviously, we rectified that the moment one of us got home from work. I think I got home from work first. He was instantly banned the moment I sat down at my computer, but those hours were very long for my staff, and I felt really bad about the fact that they couldn't do anything. Obviously, we fixed that, but it was really frustrating because Discord at the time did not have any good way for me to go in and moderate from my phone. So me and the other guy who were running it, we were just like, our hands were tied. We were at work. What were we supposed to do? Leave work? I can't explain that to my boss. I'm going to be real. That's not, it's not going to fly. So there were a couple hours there, yeah. Ruben tracked a ton of ERPers, made a bot to allow banning ERPers from child-friendly servers, but Discord and GitHub actively tried shutting it down. Why? Oh, sorry, I know why, but what the fuck? Why not? Do they allege that it like breaks some kind of TOS? I mean, yeah, if you're known for partaking in lewd things like that, especially publicly, like people know you, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be surprised when you're not allowed in the kid server. A little odd. I mean, really, if you're not a kid, you probably shouldn't be in the kid server unless you're like staff or something. And then, I mean, really, there needs to be a lot more consideration given to the way that those games like Roblox and stuff are run and how it works, because they really do enable it. Discord said it targeted protected characteristics. That's only by accident. That doesn't count. It wasn't just he wasn't just targeting anyone, obviously. Assuming that's literally what he was doing, and it sounds like it. I mean, I'll be very blunt and say that, yeah, a lot of the people I know who are public about that type of stuff, about the ERPs, yeah, they, a fair few of them, I would say the majority, are at least some kind of LGBTQ+, somewhere in that gamut of identities. But also, there's a fair few straight dudes, straight girls that I know who do it too. So like, I imagine people on that in the groups who would be more public about it may tend towards that, but that is still like that's their own thing. Shrug? I don't know, man. I do think it's kind of barking up the wrong tree, but it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad thing. There's probably better ways. It would just require Roblox to actually do something, not someone else who gives a shit. You know, similar problems with like Garry's Mod. There was no real controls on who could do what and play what and talk to who. But I do bring all these back to saying, yeah, you know, parents really do need to pay the fuck attention to what their kids are doing. He documented his stuff. Basically, his bot he made was opt-in, so if you wanted a child-safe server, you plug in the bot, it kept the ERPers out. It was like extremely public ones, not just hidden, candid camera found ones. People with DM me for Wang pics in profile or whatever. Oh yeah, well, yeah, okay, that sounds fine. What's wrong with? Why would anyone care that someone built something like that? That's such a weird thing to even take umbrage with in the first place. Yeah, if it automatically got flagged or something, and they were like, oh, you know, and just hit it. Yeah, there's a lot of bots that do a lot of things. If GitHub just like saw what it was vaguely doing and was like no, and they had to review it later, that'd be one thing. But I kind of doubt that. It was probably like a mass flagging type of deal. And thank you for the follow. A lot of that happens. People just mass report things. And listen, realistically, most of the people who work on stuff like reports or whatever for big platforms like Discord or Twitch or whatever, they're probably not English first language, so it's any context is probably lost on them, and they probably don't know what the hell they're doing. They just follow a list of things that they're vaguely told to do, and they just kind of wing it, err on the side of caution, which is punishing more people than not. And then when they fuck up royally, they look really fucking stupid. That's my nice take on it, you know, non-conspiratorial, because I have experienced that with other things where customer support basically doesn't exist in most cases with most companies anymore. It's just not a thing. I'm not sure that it was much of a great thing in the past either, but you know, according to what my parents say, it used to be great. I kind of doubt it, but anyway. I can give you a funny story about that when you say ESL. I know someone who, no joke, got unbanned from Twitter by pretending to be Indian. That doesn't surprise me. Listen, the rules on almost all of these sites are kind of just willy-nilly. It's really frustrating because when someone misuses it, right? Say you get mass reported by someone who hates you. Because, you know, there's hate brigades out there who just hate people like me who use an anime style avatar. I've had people come in here and well, I've had one person. I'm thankful that it was only one, but I did have someone come in. I was doing a reaction stream, a little thing. I don't usually do those. I find them kind of boring. But there were a lot of things, very specific videos that some people really wanted me to react to. So I was like, yeah, sure, all right, we'll do one. And while I was doing that, a guy came in, chatted for a little bit, and then submitted a video. And I was like, all right, you know, I'll take a look real quick. So, of course, I'm not an idiot. I feel bad for the idiots. I always open all these videos on a completely separate browser. Like, I run Vivaldi, that's my main browser for most things. So I would take the videos, open them there, quickly scroll through them, you know, with the little preview thing that you can see. So you can kind of get an idea of what you're looking at. And, you know, see if it's from someone I know, that sort of stuff. Like, if it's a bigger creator, it's probably safer. You know, you're not gonna get a slur dropped in the middle of it. That would suck for me. Because then, you know, I'd have to end stream and nuke it, which sucks. But anyway. So I did that. I did that with this guy's video. And, you know, I quickly scrubbed through it, and I was taken aback for a second. Now, I've seen some pretty awful things. IDK VTubers have a rep for some sort of reasons, but you don't seem that bad. That bad. I don't know how bad the Catboy Maid thing is per se, but yeah. Well, the Catboy Maid is, I can show you the model. There you go. It's literally just a maid outfit. I had I think it was a total subs goal of like 200 or something, which would pay for a new outfit. So I left it to a poll, and everyone voted for the Catboy Maid outfit. So now I have a Catboy Maid outfit, and it's a redeem. I don't know, they like it. I'm here to have fun, goof around, joke. Yeah, no, it's an actual like maid outfit. It's not. It's meant to be like cute, you know. I think the thirstiest part about it, is that it does have the thigh highs. It does have that. That's about the most it gets. And obviously, I'm usually chilling over here, so you don't usually even see that. I have a different model actually. One second. Let me show you that one. You might have seen it earlier, but I'm not sure when exactly you got in here. I'm horrible at keeping track of things. Okay, so there's also this one. This is the Eris's Curse Upon Me. That's what that is. Another VTuber I know, Emo Supreme. At Emo Supreme. We all call her Eris. She made this for me as a little joke. No, I know. Trust me, I know. All right. Oh, right. Okay. I broke it a little bit. It's okay. It'll be all right. I'm not really. It's not really built to go back the way I'm trying to do it right now. It's very complicated actually, the way all these things work. It really shouldn't be, but it is. But no, I know one guy who I'm trying to think of how I can word this without potentially stirring up some kind of drama. So I know of someone who did not even get like an original model. They just picked one up, right? It was meant to be basically, I guess I'll just say it because that's what it looks like to me, is a lolly thirst trap type of deal. Not quite like lolly, not that far, but like definitely lolly body type. Very short, thin, all those things, but not literally a child looking, not quite. But I was just like, you know, okay, whatever, man. Like, whatever. Throw my hands up. I can't do anything about that. Not my cup of tea. Whatever. And it's very sexual. And so is their stream, and I'm just I'm not personally a fan of that. It makes me a little uncomfortable. I don't mind the jokes, right? I think everyone does that with their friends and stuff, you know. You'll flirt with your buddies, you know. Right, Chai? Hold my hand. But you're not like, how do I put this? There's a difference between saying things, doing things that are let's make out, oh my god, and you know, joking about stuff. Yeah, it's on a 3-minute timer is the other model, so I just tried to go back to the normal one, but all it did was reload it. Anyway, yeah, there's a difference between all of that, the goofing about, the fun of it, you know, the playful stuff that you can do with your friends, and things you can only really do on Fansly. I think that's about it. Which just for all of the bots watching me right now, trying to find a reason to ban me, I want to make it clear I'm not advertising that other website. In fact, I find it a little odd, but you know, I could just be saying that to cover my ass. Anyway, I'm not one to particularly judge. I'm not going to say that they shouldn't be doing it. But I will say that I think when that's the basis of content, you kind of have to like that's it. That's all you get. You are very unlikely to have it long term, I think. Hi, Arth. Find the overlap of Fansly / over OnlyFans very weird. Well, I think it's a little weird to kind of have them. So I mean, been lurking. Well, thank you for lurking, Arth. I hope you enjoyed so far. And have a great night. Yeah, I mean, I think there is like a certain level of being comfortable with yourself and that sort of stuff that is kind of lacking in broader society, where like you can't even joke about some stuff. You can't just have fun with it with some people, as opposed to like being serious and like, you know, taking it to that next level to where like, oh, it's not a joke anymore. You're actually like implying things and trying to flirt with your chat and all that fun stuff. It's like, you know, I don't know. I don't feel like it's genuine. I think that's my problem with it. Like, I couldn't do it. If people want it and they're willing to pay for it, I'm not going to tell you not to. I'm not going to say anyone shouldn't or that it's like disgusting. But it's just, it has no appeal to me. I don't want to have a community or a relationship with others, whether that be with like 10 people who watch me or 500, to be based on something shallow, something that's rather meaningless. Because like the sex appeal, that can disappear in instant. It's not hard. There are so many things that can happen that can ruin that kind of career. A lot of those Fansly / OnlyFans have bots running it for the DMs. Huh? I'm not actually super familiar with all this. You mean like they have bots that handle the DMs? Oh. I think I know what you mean. Sorry, I'm actually just like chugging water as we go. Let me find a loss. I have some. Please. So this will help. Yeah, no, I think I get what you're saying. But no, these would be like yeah, no, I am aware of that part. I just wasn't sure what you meant by like a bot. But I pieced that together. They have an AI bot, yeah. That makes sense. I think the lewdest things I've done were script readings. You'll notice I have a script reading routine. You can basically make me say whatever you want. And I'll try to say it in the way that I think you meant me to say it. I will immediately follow it, however, with laughter and talking shit if it's inappropriate. So it's a short-lived thing. It's mostly used for funny things, though. Things that are like riding that edge where it's just like, yeah, it's sexual, but it's a joke. Someone made me read the what's the name of the script? Insert clip from Wednesday. Yeah, that one. What's that script called? It's like the I'm trying to think what like the most well-known line from it is. That nuzzles your necky wecky, that thing. That I think it was originally like supposed to be a furry thing. It's like a copy pasta. Someone made me read like there are X3 nuzzles. Yeah. That one. They made me read like a more tame version of it on Wednesday. Allie made me do it. It's all Allie's fault. It was pretty funny. And that's what you're doing. I would highly recommend playing KF Doom 2 Kiwi Dreams. Best Doom mod of the year. that sounds interesting. You're free to clip that and use it however you want. That's the other thing. You can if you make me script read, you're free to do whatever you want with that script. As long as you don't make it sound like I said something
right now. I
that
know
I never
it sounds
said.
strange, but you have to do it.
That would be my only expectation. I know Dem at least uses a bunch of clips of me making noises as like follows and things like that. Like the sound effects. It just randomly selects them. I think the most popular one is you make funny noises sometimes. I asked Dem, we were playing Minecraft, modded Minecraft with bees, right? So I had bees. I was the beekeeper. That's what I was doing. And one night I was about getting ready to get off the server, and Dem was talking about, you know, moving the bees around and doing stuff. And while we were on that topic, I looked at him and I said, "Hey Dem, do you know how to breed?" And that's all I said. And for a good second, there was like a split second there of pause. And he just goes, "Yeah?" I clarified, because Dem is very his mind's in the gutter, all right? So I had to clarify. I knew I had to. I said, "The bees?" And he goes, "Oh, yeah." Something like that. I think it's a soundboard on the Discord, but not the whole interaction. On my YouTube, the short, there's a short of it somewhere, among other things. But yeah, no, I think for that one that I'm referring to, that's also how he ended up getting a bunch of followers and stuff, is just being way over the top with it and very suggestive with viewers and stuff. Back from editing clip. Welcome back. Yeah, I guess at this point, anyone who really knows everyone that I've ever collabed with can probably figure out who I'm talking about, but whatever. I'm allowed to have critiques of my friends. If they can't take that, then sucks to be them. Were they ever really a friend at that point? Probably not. Anyway, yeah, I'm not a fan of a lot of that stuff, and it's like, you know, you gotta kind of straddle that line. Like the pinned post I have for that tweet, I cannot be over the top. I tried and I was very unhappy with myself. Yeah, I mean, no, it's not you, Allie, you're the farthest from out of everyone. I think you are the least sexual. Like, period. Like, your jokes are very like normal, I guess. Yeah, and I feel like being over the top like that, you have to view it as like a business. Like, you actually have to, otherwise it's gonna like fuck with your head, because you are even as just a VTuber, as a streamer, you are commodifying yourself. You are putting yourself in a box for other people to watch and enjoy as entertainment. What that means exactly, and how you interact with that yourself as the streamer, and how your chat then interacts with it, changes entirely based on what you're doing. And yeah, a lot of people aren't wildly openly sexual. I'm very comfortable with all those things, as you might have figured out. Like, I don't care, right? But I'm not also trying to like slide in your DMs. I have no interest in that. Don't take that the wrong way, but just some might say, oh, this isn't sexual when it is, which is irritating. No, I mean, if it is, it is. Then like own it, right? Like that tweet that I pinned, which all of you should go and like and retweet it, because no day in my DMs, not for that anyway. You all should go do that, because I'm promising that it will be worth it, and it is not what you probably expect. I'm gonna say none of you. Me deleting my DMs, that's not what I meant. Anyway, whatever you're thinking it's gonna be, whatever it's implying, I guarantee you it's not, but it will be funny. It will pay off. It will be funny. Which actually, I can just get the video that's on that, in case you don't go on Twitter at all. Let's see. Okay, it'll be here. Here you go. Here's the video. This is what I posted. All right. For one, I want to say that Dem edited it, and it is the most scuffed shitpost thing that I've ever seen in my life that has anything to do with me. So I'm really happy with that. Second, it sounds like it's one thing. It will be something very different. Just, you know, we'll see if we ever get to find out what that is. Longtime viewers will know exactly what it is, but I ask them, don't tell anyone. Don't ruin the joke. But yeah, what else was there? Yeah, I remember years ago, there was the drama with Discord not getting rid of certain kinds of servers, because I think their excuse was something like, oh, it's a protected group or something that runs this server, and you know, the server isn't responsible for the things that keep happening in the server repeatedly, you know, dozens of times. It's just like, you know, no, I don't think that's how that works. And every other instance that wasn't of, I think it was like a furry server, every other instance where that wasn't what it was going, whoa, when that wasn't the community doing these things, they totally got deleted. Which, you know, I'm not exactly conspiratorial, but that seems really bluntly conspiratorial. Like, I don't know how else to interpret that. I don't know if they eventually got rid of that server, but it was just like, it should not be a struggle. These things should not be difficult. But they are. It seems weird people keep finding their way into positions of authority over others, and it. Sorry, I was moving the lozenge in my mouth, but if I just move my jaw without opening my mouth even, it thinks my mouth's open. That's funny. Anyway, yeah, I've seen that with Discord. Reddit's just kind of obvious, but you know, basically anywhere on the internet where you have people with authority over others, you get these really bad actors trying to get their way in. And it's frustrating because, you know, it's like, what are you supposed to do? As like a normal person who doesn't have the time to like moderate and stuff. their priorities seem slanted, because I know one modding server for XCOM that got nuked by Discord because they used too many no-no words and off-color humor, but no sexual harassment or stuff with minors. And it was primarily a modding server. If they allowed so much other stuff. Oh yeah, I know. It's in part, I am aware that it's like, if no one ever hits a report button, nothing happens almost ever, because Discord does not care. They don't care to be proactive about it, which honestly, fair. That would be really difficult to not do wrong. So fine, but I do think a lot of the rules are a little too strict. Insofar that I think servers should have more freedom to define what their rules are and just kind of let that be. Because I don't think Discord kicking them off or banning them or whatever changes anything. I don't think anything happens, right? I don't think anything good comes out of it. So it seems like a lot of extra work, which ends up raising, nitro costs for the rest of us. Don't you love that? Like, they're just going to make another Discord, right? Nothing will change. And if they don't like Discord, they'll go over to like Guilded or something, or Mastodon or whatever, man. Like, they have other options. You're not going to stop them. But you can, you could do other things that would disincentivize it, like just automatically catch and delete messages. That would be annoying, right? But it wouldn't push them all the way off. Yeah, and that's kind of what I mean. Like, there has to be you have to be pretty damn lenient, just because otherwise you're just wasting your resources. Is it worth frustrating a grooming server? Yeah. Is it worth frustrating, a Kanye West server? Or just people who are just kind of like, let's say, socially unacceptable, which there is a surprising number of people. For anyone who's less aware of how bad it really is out there. Like, if you think that racism is like racist jokes specifically, whether people mean them or not, are like uncommon, no, they're just not allowed anymore. People still make them, people still do them. It's not like, it hasn't gone anywhere. You just see it less. It's less open. Which is, I think that's a pretty good thing to hang your hat on, actually. But fully eliminating it is prohibitively difficult. Which is why I say, like, you could just like delete messages. You could like filter things, right? Like, that's easy to do. And that would frustrate them, but not take up tons of resources. Which is where we're at right now, where lots of resources get spent on dumb things all the time. And then, platforms are like, well, we need to charge you $30 for your profile flare, because we're spending too much money on enforcement of rules that, despite us enforcing them and doing our best and spending all this money, they keep doing it anyway. It's like, well, goddamn, guys, like, I'd rather just save my money. There's a point where it becomes prohibitive. And I think the server rules should matter, if you are going to enforce, on like how strict you're going to be. Because, a small friend server, hell, you probably don't even moderate that for anything that isn't illegal. But then, the big ones, if you want to hold them to a higher standard, I guess that's fair. I don't know. It's a messy topic in general on exactly how you moderate. It's really frustrating because you have to balance what you want versus what you can do. And those are very different things. Because ideally, yes, you would be able to go in and say that, saying horribly racist things is just never acceptable. But You know, first there's context, right? Someone big puts out a song that literally is horrifically racist. People are going to share that. That's a cultural thing. People are going to talk about it. People are going to quote it. You have to have some room for context there. Otherwise, you're just not a good social platform. People will get annoyed at that. And no, I didn't hear about the UN Human Rights Judge. Sorry, I was on a bit of a tangent there. What did he do? What now? We had on a smaller scale, an easier way to, I think, to think about it. In like your own Discord server, right? There's probably a lot of things that you actually don't allow, but you're not going to write them down because there's a limit to how clear you can be. There's a limit to how much effort you can put in before it's not worth doing that. And it also just makes it harder for people to be in your server and feel comfortable. It's really easy to understand 10 rules that start off with don't be an asshole. All right, well, I know how to not be an asshole. That's pretty straightforward. That covers a lot. Is it super specific and details every little thing that would make you an asshole? No. And then the other ones are like the more common things that, you know, people do that aren't okay, that, you know, you don't want them doing. And you know, they can read that real quick and that's fine. We have a similar issue with laws in the world in general, where they're way too verbose and no one reads them, because that's a lot of words. Where you're having to balance that of like, how much effort is someone else going to put in? How much effort am I going to put in? And what is comprehensible? Like what can you make sense of? And you just then have to do that on the scale of Discord and enforcing it. And it's just such a fucking problem. Even if you mean the best, even if you have all the right ethic and moral, you know, guiding ideas, it's such a problem to solve. And I think they do, on the whole, an okay job. But they definitely have some weird and fucked up priorities sometimes. And I do think it could be improved. And I really think they could relax a little bit sometimes. UN Human Rights Judge Xi was arrested for having a live-in slave in the UK. Could you explain what that means exactly? Are you saying that they had an actual person they treated as property in their home who was not allowed to do anything without their permission, and had no rights, or was treated as though they had no rights? Of course they do, but you know. Was there like a contract, or like did they just own this person, like figuratively? Or not figuratively, but like for all intents and purposes. I need to know more. That's wild. I mean, no matter how it pans out, that's insane. She worked as a human rights judge. She took a slave as a bribe to ignore human rights violations in Uganda, tricked the woman with offers of work at the embassy, kidnapped, intimidated them, and kept them for years. And the judge herself is a black woman, which makes it clearly just like she's just fucked up. It's not like it's nothing deeper. She's just fucked up. Holy shit. Yeah, so we live in a kind of fucked up world For anyone younger, I'm sorry to tell you. But at the same time, the fact that that is horribly fucked up and out of the ordinary and like crazy is a good thing. It means that we've done a pretty good job of like making it clear that that's bad, that you shouldn't do that. Because for a long time we didn't really agree on that. Still, that's fucking crazy, man. Yeah, I don't know if you're into the are you into any of the VTubing sphere at all, Mumble, or is that like totally outside your sphere? I totally understand if you're not. It is a place that I love to be in and also sometimes hate to be in. But the drama, if you like drama, it is a great place to watch. Because some of the stuff is hilarious. Some of it's really like heavy and kind of like a bit too detailed to be entertaining. But some of them are just like, wow, that's comically stupid and bad. Like, why would you do that? One that I'm aware of, like as a VTuber, there's even more drama because you get to hear about what happens between people. Drama, it's just business. That's the excuse you get every time. I really hate that excuse. It's very frustrating because business, right? When you actually conduct business with others, you should be as honest as you can be. I mean, don't be too honest, but don't lie to their face. That gets you in trouble down the line. You know, you're looking 10 years out. You should be anyway. Yeah, I know. I know what you're referring to. But I just hate that excuse that people keep using it. It's like, that's not how you conduct business. You don't conduct business by being a lying piece of crap. You don't bullshit your way through business dealings. Business is professional, polite, upfront. Like you tell them, this is what I want from you. This is what I'll give you for it. You know, sound like a deal? In more specific terms, but that's more or less what business is. I don't have a single negative business relationship with someone that didn't already burn that bridge by their choice. Like I didn't do anything. I would never talk ill of anyone who hasn't burned a bridge with me, who hasn't done something to show me that they don't know how to do business. Whether that be another streamer or an artist or anyone like that. I would never name names that hasn't done something specifically mean. I think some have a half-baked idea of psychopathy being successful in business. Oh yeah, sociopaths and psychopaths. Yeah, no, they are successful, but because they understand how business works. It is cold and unfeeling, but it is calculated, and it calculates for the people involved. It's not unfeeling. They understand that the very successful people understand that if I screw over my client, if I screw over my business partner, it better be worth it. And I mean worth it. Like 10x. Because otherwise it's not worth the risk. That is a big risk you're taking. You burn bridges like that, they don't come back. Ever. And they can ruin your reputation too. Hence, you need it to be a good thing for you business-wise. When it becomes just business, it's exactly my thing with Judge. Oh yeah, ad. Damn it, they're back again. Yeah, D, I can't believe they actually said that. I know you're referring to Cinder. I can't believe it. I can't fucking believe it. Again, they can't keep getting away with it. At least people made fun of her for it, because I've heard it so many times. I've heard people try to like justify what they know someone else did Like that person I was referring to earlier, who I generally dislike, and I don't like how they've handled their content because I feel like they focus too much on that. Like they don't. I know others, right? Did you see people make the Google Docky joke? That shit's funny as hell, yeah. Google Docky. I know others who have, I'm pretty sure they have a Fansly, and they have like a throne with very questionable things on it. They have all this stuff, right? But they also foster like real personal relationships with their viewers. And by personal, I mean like on stream. They talk to them, they know their names, and they give a shit. You know, they're always respectful. They've never been rude as far as I'm aware. A great person to work with in terms of like all that type of stuff, all the basics. Oh, you're back? Welcome back, Mumble. I was just saying, I know someone else similar, in a similar vein to that person I was talking about earlier, who I don't mind describing more clearly because they did some things I disagreed with. It's not something I can share, so I won't share it. But I know that they have done something that I strongly disagree with, behaviorally. Like they did something between people that I think was very disrespectful, so I don't care. They burned that bridge, so I don't mind if someone knows that I don't like them. I don't hate them, just don't particularly like them. But I know someone else who doesn't do things quite the same way, similar, same vein. They're very suggestive in a lot of ways. They put out that kind of content and everything, and you know what? They do handle their audience differently, which I think makes a big difference. Because you can go in there and not be about that, you know, into their Twitch, right? And you're not going to feel like wildly uncomfortable. Like they're not going to make it only about that. They're not going to try to twist everything to be, you know, an innuendo of some kind, usually towards themselves. Like that's not what they're doing. They're having fun. But then there's also that other aspect that that gets brought up on occasion and is kind of like a side thing. And I do think there's a difference there too. But anyway, back to the topic. She threw away a top tier career for free labor for 5 years. That's crazy. I vitriolically hate people who force/pressure drinks on other people because it saps their decision-making abilities. Oh yeah, no. I don't like forcing people to do anything that they don't want to. Or pressuring them. Offering is fine. I get very angry if people try to force something on me. I know a lot of people give into that sort of thing. I get angry. I get very unhappy if someone tries to make me do something or pressure me into it. It's something I maybe would do, you know, but you know, and the other person knows that, and you know, it's something fun, like playing a game or whatever. I'm a little more flexible than that. I think Allie's seen that, where I will dead ass tell you, like, nope, if you do that, I'm quitting. I'm leaving. I have threatened that in the middle of a collab. I'm fairly certain. Or no, it was right before a collab. I told Allie, I said, we're not doing that. You're not including that. I'll get upset and I'll leave. Don't do it. Don't do that. Don't do this to me. I was serious, to be very clear there. I was very serious. But I'll just tell you. But you weren't trying to force it on me. But like, I'm just very blunt with how I feel about things. I want the things I want. I don't want many things, but I want the things I want. And if I can't have them, I won't be involved. I have bowed out of a collab before. I was there for like 10 minutes basically. And I was still there and he still collabed with me. Yeah, no, we had a good time. It was like one mod that would have made the ducks do a potentially quite loud yippee noise in repo. Which you can get up to like 4 or 5 ducks at once, and that would have like destroyed my eardrums. I just didn't want to deal with it. I think there was something else that was more serious. Oh. I get the joke now. Oh, it's too late now for it to be funny. I'm sorry, Allie. Thank you for the setup. Had a friendship basically die from pressuring drinks, which ended up leading to me making an ass of myself. I know my limits. He pushed me past, and then I behaved stupid. I mean, yeah, that's messed up. I don't blame you. If I assume it was your choice to end that friendship. I use relationship very loosely. My friends are aware of this. I will describe any interpersonal relationship as a relationship because it is one, but just, that's how my brain's wired. But I have to remind myself not to say that. No, it's not your fault. I'm just sad that I fucked it up. It's just tragic, you know. The consequences of my own actions. How could they? I'll have other chances to make fun of you. Okay. Thanks, Allie. Even at the time, because when a little buzzed, I'm not good at continuously rejecting drinks, and I seriously contemplating knocking him out that night. Almost regret not doing it, but whatever. I get you. It's, I don't know, I'm very... How do I put this? I'm very picky about who I keep around, but I don't think I've ever had a problem quite like that. But of course, that comes with the downside of I haven't kept many people around, so not always the best. But it has kept me out of sticky situations, at least. One upside to it. But no, that's messed up. People shouldn't do that. I mean, it's the same as anything else. Forcing anything on anyone. Or pressuring it, or anything like that. Best tactic is to try being around people, but at arm's length. Do that with a lot of people. I mean, yeah, that's what I've done for most people. Like, most people I know who also like VTube that I've collabed with, I would describe them more as acquaintances. I don't have anything negative to say about them even. But, you know, maybe we just didn't get on that well. I'm friendly with them. They're nice. I wouldn't say no to collabing with them again. They're nice people. You know, I don't hate their content, but eh. And I'm sure there's lots of people who feel that way about me. That's fine. I think some people are afraid of like saying that. I've thought slightly about doing VTube, but I don't know what kind of rig I'd want. That is a big question. There's also just a lot of tech to get into. Probably nothing like the standard stuff. You'd be amazed what you can do. I mean, mine is definitely not particularly standard compared to like most people. I think I'm getting a rework done where it'll be mostly similar, but definitely changed. I don't know if that'll be more or less normal, quote unquote, for VTubers. But you can do a lot of things. I think the hard part is deciding what you want to have your brand kind of be. Yeah, Chai's just a PNG. That's probably a great place to start if you're not sure. Because it's a lot cheaper to get done. And you come up with a design you like. Get a PNG of it, and you can start streaming. Because, I mean, or making whatever content you're making. Because it's more likely that you will end up deciding you don't like streaming or content creation than you'll decide you don't like your character. I don't know if you stream, of course. If you already do, then you probably know. But a lot of people end up quitting, you know, a few months in. Yeah, I mean, the PNGs are super simple. It's literally just, it detects whether you're talking. Mm-hmm. That is the blog standard advice everyone gets. Just start doing whatever content you want to do. If you don't want to show your face, that's fine. Don't worry about that. Just worry about trying to enjoy it. Streamed a little Open XCOM. Nice. I'm not super familiar with that. I assume that's like a modded different version of XCOM. But I liked XCOM, so. Yeah, I know some really interesting designs out there. Trying to think of the most unique ones I know of that aren't like basically source port expansion of the OG 1993 XCOM. Oh shit, really? I didn't think you could really play that anymore without like emulating it. That's crazy. I think the most like non-traditional one that I know of that isn't just like, how do I put this? There's like two broad categories. One is something humanoid, and the other is definitely not humanoid, just like a creature of sorts, which is amazing for modding, like fantastic if you like deep tactics. Oh yeah, that sounds interesting. I don't know if I have time for it, but I like the idea at least. Hearing source, I know. Assuming you mean source? Anyway, don't worry about that. I think the most interesting humanoid one I know of that breaks some standards and kind of like, probably go humanoid but not anime styles. I'm not against anime entirely, but it's also tropey. Yeah, there are tropes and different things like that. I actually had a lot of difficulty getting my model because a lot of artists I was maybe interested in, when I look into them, they've never drawn a guy before in their life, it looks like. And my goal was to go something vaguely androgynous, just because I'm sure you've seen some anime, right? Men in anime have like 3 different faces, maybe 4 face shapes, and I don't really like any of them. I've never loved them. So I wanted something kind of in the middle so that I didn't end up with one of those. Same for the body shapes. Most anime guy styles didn't appeal to me, but obviously I'm a dude, so like I didn't really want to, you know, have massive tits or something. And like that just didn't appeal to me personally. So I was like, just make them like somewhere vaguely. Androgyny is sick as fuck. I mean, it lets people interpret it however they want, which is fine by me. Whatever makes them happy. And I think it kind of has been reasonably successful at making it kind of clear that like I'm not trying to be hypersexual or anything like that. I'm not trying to be like, I'm not trying to give you a boyfriend experience or something. Like that's not what this is. Closer to an orc build IRL anyway, done demolition work and other stuff. You can get, I have seen an orc. There's literally an orc. Like no joke, like an orc from World of Warcraft. It depends on how you do it, right? So there's ways of doing it that, especially design wise, right? Like if you just have a build and you don't go crazy into anything, like if you don't give yourself a wildly chiseled draw line and just perfect muscularity, like if you don't go super deep into it, you're not really going to attract those people as much. But no matter what you do, if you're streaming, jawline, I'm sorry, I have a lozenge in my mouth. I have a Ludens so that my throat doesn't scream. Make it intentionally ugly. I don't know if I'd go there. There's actually that has its own fan base and they're not great. From my own knowledge and experience, I have seen the people who interact with intentionally ugly, and they're a little more questionable. I would say no matter what you're gonna do, you will get people who see you that way and want to interact with you that way. And the best thing you can do is not acknowledge that kind of behavior, or just like dismiss it. Like, nah. Or like, nah, that's too much, you know, too far. Because the jokes are great, you know. That's exactly what I do. Is I just joke. You know, if I know another streamer and they're in my chat, I'll joke with them because like we have some rapport built up. Like, I'm pretty sure Chai is not trying to actually make out with me, but that is a reference to a joke. I don't know if Chai's aware of it, but that is actually intentional or not, a reference to a joke that Dem made like ages ago, which was we were in a stream with another creator who was more like safe for work or something like that. Yeah, Chai is indeed not trying to make out with me. Yeah, his jokes. Who was the term we all use is say so, but it's like safe for work, not at all sexual, no sexual stuff at all. Very, very nice, let's say. Very innocent. Innocent, that's probably the right word. And it was like, all right, you know, we got to control ourselves. Fine. We won't make the jokes about the mayo we were playing a fast food simulator, so no mayo jokes, guys. And this was like 2 hours or something. We get to the very end. The other two people we were playing with leave, and the moment the second one leaves, the more innocent one disconnects from the Discord call, Dem immediately says to me, "So, want to make out?" Which was just a fantastic, like, I did not expect that. And the timing was obviously intentional. And it was very funny. It was a great clip. Real fun time. But, you know, joke. And very clearly so. So, you know, you gotta have those boundaries and drawing lines. That's another reason I don't really talk to just viewers. I have messaged some for moderation things, or like, you know, they'll say, oh, you know, I know someone who might want to, you know, make art for you. Okay, I'll talk to you about that. That's business, right? But I'm not going to ask you about your day privately. You can tell me in chat. I'd be happy to hear about it. But I don't want to build that personal relationship, because that's not what this is supposed to be. And I don't want people to get the wrong idea, the wrong feeling about it, and then probably be hurt when that's like not how I'm looking at those interactions. Even if it's just like as a friend, right? If they think of me as a friend and I think of them as a viewer, that's different. Those are different things. So you got to keep those things separate, and it's really not a problem. You'll get what you want out of it. You know, but in public too, like in a Discord, right? I have a Discord. If you ask me how if you ask me how my day is there, I'll gladly answer you. But again, it's in public. There's a difference. It's people feel very comfortable talking about things and sharing things that are very personal the moment it's in private. And I get it. But I don't want, I can't be that person, especially as I grow more and have more viewers. I can't be that person for so many people. You know, if someone really in crisis came to me, I wouldn't turn them away. But, you know, I would hope that you have other people to go to and talk to. Keep my DMs closed off in 99% of places. I am, because I don't want to let any chance of that scenario happening. Yeah, it can get pretty crazy. If you don't. Be very mindful. I think the only times I've DM'd like regular viewers is I just come off like a dick. Yeah, that also probably wouldn't help with your content creation goals. I think one was for someone asked something about like I think one of my longest time viewers, I think it was Klee, asked me about like photoshopping something, and I was like, send me the images, let me see, maybe I can help you. I could not help them. That was a crazy request, actually. Like, if you know Photoshop, it's like, I can't do that. I don't know anybody that can. There's probably someone out there, but not me. That was like putting two album covers together, but they were like totally different color formats. It's like, probably not. Anyway, but yeah, that's more of like a very, very cut and dry type of thing. And I keep that boundary, and I think I make it pretty clear that like, I'm the streamer, I'm the entertainer, not your bestest friend. You should have a bestest friend, and I hope you do, but I can't do that. It's I've seen some really weird things from coming out of like parasocial interactions and stuff like that. And there are definitely streamers who don't understand boundaries very well that I've seen end up in horrible like situations, or ones that I know are definitely going to happen, but it hasn't happened yet. And I'm just letting them find out on their own. I'm not going to tell them what to do. May not be your bestest friend, but I think I still effectively hijacked the chat for an hour. Listen, I love to talk. If people want to talk, you know, that's what I'm here for. If I could just do just chatting streams all the time, I totally would. But I don't think anyone wants to talk for 5 hours, usually. It does happen sometimes. And that's why I have lozenges ready. Once I get talking, I love to keep going. The games are a backdrop to my talking, my yapping. Yes, I'm a certified yapper. I know how to talk, to speak at length about a topic. If anything, my biggest problem as a creator is that I don't know how to shut the fuck up and just like say something in a few words. I'm working on that. I'm getting better. It's been like a lifelong process. Since I like graduated high school and got into college, I started realizing like I actually say too much. If I type a paper up, it's too long because I just vomit words on the page. I actually have to cut back. Which is why I sometimes just stop myself. God, I need more of that. The thing is, I try to balance the I want to make sure I'm not misunderstood with the I want to make sure you're actually want to listen to me. Yeah, brevity. It's very difficult. The balance is hard, especially for me, because I think about a lot of things. When I'm on a topic, there's a lot going through my head. Wait, Twitch rules do provide a high degree of barriers. Yeah. I mean, that's probably the biggest thing is the way that you interact on Twitch kind of just implies a lot of the barriers that are meant to be there. If you're a normal functioning human, you can probably figure that out. That like the relationship you're supposed to have with streamers is, sorry, let me move that around. Okay. The relationship you're supposed to have with streamers and other content creators and public figures is public. You know? Which I'll also say, if someone like that slides into your DMs and you're not like someone that they would do business with, I would also be suspect of that. Just throwing that out there. They probably just want something from you if they're like someone big. I know that seems outlandish to some people, but to other people, very possible. Depends on how attractive you are, for what I'm implying. No, I mean, like, if you get me on politics, I cannot be brief because I don't have any opinions, not very many anyway, that can be summarized. Like, I can't just be like, oh yeah, that thing, that slogan. I agree with none of them. It's very frustrating. It'd be easier if I was on either side of like this whole culture war BS that we're constantly having to put up with, but I'm not. It's like, no, I just have to sit here and explain. Like, how do you feel about taxes? Don't ask me that question. We'll be here all night. For context, I work in tax. Like, I work on tax software. Not in it, I literally work on it. Not for the feds, though. The feds are stinky and gross. But that's what I do for a day job. So I have a lot of feelings on taxes. I don't like the tax man. I think the tax man is bloated and overly complicated. Just the way that the tax man works is... it's a waste of money. Let's put it this way. If I had it my way, the job that I do could be done by like maybe 100 people, maybe a couple hundred throughout the entire country. And that would cover all the taxes everywhere. And it would be able to handle it because the taxes would be so simplified. And there would be very few taxes, very few specific things being taxed. It would all just be kind of lumped together in a couple of things that are kind of general and broad, but, you know, deal with it. And don't overcomplicate it. And you wouldn't have to file taxes anymore personally as for your income, because we would just, unless you are self-employed, that would be, we don't really have a way around that. But if we just tax the companies that most of us work for, or whatever, somehow we're related to them, right? So your W-2 and all that. If we just tax them, it's not, it problem solved. Easy. No issue. Shrug. It's fine. Of course, there's going to be some complications, so you gotta adjust things a little bit here and there. That's fine. But just don't go crazy with it. You'd be amazed at how many types of taxes there are. Just the types. We're not even talking about how many returns, how many refunds, how many exemptions, and so many things. There's so many things that go on with it. And every time I look at all those, I can see the intent, the desire to like make taxes fairer and more, maybe they'll say more equitable, or whatever feel good word. But I think almost all the time it just ends up being that the only people who benefit significantly from any of the refunds and the breaks aren't going to be your average people. And if they are your average people, there are other things we could do for them. It doesn't have to go through tax, right? If you're that poorly off, there are already other systems in place, programs that deals with it. Why do we need to, I don't know, everything's just wildly complicated, I guess is my point. I'm trying not to get too deep, but it's a lot. It is so much. Basically everything, including like when you transfer something from one company to another, often it's not even just that you're transferring goods worth of value. There are ones where it's like, oh, you're transferring gasoline. That is a very specific tax at a very specific rate. Unless, and then there's like a laundry list of exceptions and, you know, different cases and things. It's just like, no, just stop. I kind of hate how a lot of people think solution to everything is we need more taxes, as if money is the problem why we can't fix anything. Like potholes would just go away if we just taxed another 100 million. Yeah. And it's not to say that you can't get something done by having taxes, period. Like, obviously, you need to fund the government for the government to do things. It's kind of like, that's just how that works. You know, we all pitch in, right? That's the idea of a tax. It's to pay for all the things that we all use, or ostensibly most of us use, like roads and infrastructure. Basically infrastructure. I mean, really just infrastructure. And, you know, necessary services, welfare, things like that, so people aren't starving in the streets. All of those things. Yeah, you do need taxes to pay for them, but like, how complicated does it really need to be? I mean, the vast majority of... Actually, I think we could. I've done the math on this once before. The numbers have probably changed. But if I remember correctly, if we taxed gross corporate income, or not corporate income, corporate gross revenue, at like some tiny little fraction of a percent, it's like 0.01 something. Oh yeah, but it's just people looking at, is there a messed up system before is it funded? Because a lot is overfunded and bloated like a morbidly obese, that's funny, obese, overfed person. Yeah, and like, you're just like, it's like having a dog that you keep overfeeding like really badly, and you're just like, I don't know why he can't run. What the fuck, man? Because that's what government does. You give it more, it takes more. It never wants to give it up. Like, of course the dog wants food. It's an animal. Animals want food. Stop giving it food. Stop giving it so much food. But yeah, you could have some tiny gross revenue tax for all corporate income. Or not income, revenue. Sorry, too many terms. If you just taxed all corporate revenue across the board, flat, no exceptions, no exemptions, no special cases, everyone pays the same percentage, doesn't matter what you do or who you are. The number is a fraction of a percent, all the way like past a 0.0. It's like 0.01 or 0.02 something. It's a drop in the bucket. But it does mean that a company that isn't profitable still has to pay a tax, which at one point in time, that was fair to say, you know, can we really do that? But the answer is yes, we can. Because the way that works now, as opposed to in the past, is companies working at a loss now are often funded by a bigger company or investors or something. They have money coming in. They're just spending more money than they get in from their actual activities. You know, whatever services or products they provide is not covering all their expenditure, but they're still getting funded. They can still pay their employees. And yes, people would point out, well, then they'll just cut your wages. Sort of. Yes, absolutely. They totally would, because now they're paying the income tax. They're just paying all the tax. But your take home would probably be the same, maybe more even. I do not see the downside. It also simplifies all of their accounting. I mean, accountants would be, there'd be a lot of them out of jobs, and I'd feel a little bad for them. But to make everyone's lives significantly better and easier to like understand and deal with, because like taxes are a major problem for a lot of people and a lot of businesses, because it's not just I'm getting in to an industry, okay, I gotta pay my tax, and it's a simple process. It's also application of tax dollars. I recall a dude being denied making a free contractor grade staircase for a park, but they also insisted they didn't have the money for it, so shut down the park and bulldozed it, which cost twice as much as the stairs. Yeah. There's only room for exceptions where the exceptions are convenient, usually politically. I will say my experience in working with government people is that the majority of them are nice people. Like they want to be charitable. They want to be forgiving, understanding, where if you were to talk to them, say about, since I work in tax, if you were to talk to them about like, you know, I couldn't file my taxes, I was in the hospital, and, you know, Killdozer is a thing in Brigador. Yeah, I saw that. I used it, actually. I saw it and I used it immediately. Yeah, I know Killdozer. It's a great story. The guy did not deserve anything that happened to him. It was fucked up. But that's most of like the ground level people, at least from my own experience, are really nice, and we're always happy to help people as long as you know, were reasonable. We weren't asking for the world. But with businesses, they're a lot more cut and dry. They don't care. Once you're a business, pay your fucking taxes. It's that simple. Pay it and pay it on time. Unless you're a small business, they don't care. Because once you're a small business, you're basically just a person, right? You have 10 employees. Okay, they're talking to a person, not, you know, Walmart, right? If they're talking to Walmart, they don't care what excuse you got. You know, I don't want to hear Walmart's excuses. You got enough people, you got enough money, you can figure it out. Because if Joe Blow down the street can figure it out for his little gas station, you can figure it out. You know what I mean? Very different attitudes. But then I do notice that more people who are on the ladder going up do not feel the same way. They're aiming for numbers. They're aiming for following the rules. They're aiming for more strictness and things like that. And I don't like that at all. And I think that's where a lot of things like that story, like Killdozer, come from, is the people who climb those ladders are also the same people who don't want climbing those ladders, because it's a selfish thing is what pushes them to go all the way up. Usually, not always. You know, you get the cases where, you know, good managers, good people in like the middle section take out, you know, good eggs and push them up. But the people who are really motivated aren't always the most ethical. It's a bit of a struggle there, but yeah, that's where you end up with things, and like the stairs. You know, it's like, why can't you make an exception? Of course you can make an exception. Government is just a bunch of people. You can always go talk to them. Well, the government can go talk to itself, right? Like if they wanted to, if the city, I think that was, I assume it's a city since it's like a park and all that. If someone at the city is telling you no, they can go talk to someone who can talk to someone who can talk to someone who can make an exception. Like there is someone who can do it, or there's a way to do it. There's a way to change the rules. There always is. It's, do those people care? Just very bluntly, do they care? And the same thing with money. It's not their money. I do think there should be some way of incentivizing the people who run agencies and departments to spend as little money as they can. I don't know how you do it though, because what I've seen typically is That was the weird thing, because the guy offered to do the stairs for free, everything high quality. He owned his own construction company, just had no government stamp of approval. Yeah, it has to go through the process. But, like, you don't need to bid. You don't need to have bidding when the price is $0. That is a very simple, yeah, go ahead, dude, whatever. Like, fine. You know, it's not, stairs are not that complicated. I'm assuming there were probably already stairs there originally, and it was just a replacement in place. You know, as long as he's not like digging or doing anything crazy. Yeah. I can understand it if you're gonna have to like dig to pour concrete or something. It's a little different. Because then you have to pull out a bunch of maps and stuff and make sure you're not gonna ruin something. But yeah, no, there's some places where that's easy to do. Wood beams and packed gravel. Yeah, I don't see a problem. But there's definitely cities around where you could totally do that and no one would stop you. Yeah, you could ask for permission and they'd say, "Why are you asking?" and just ignore you, and like you can just do it. No one would care. It all depends on the location, like who you're dealing with. It's just a shame that government is kind of one of those places where you get the job and you never lose it. It's really hard to get fired. Really hard. So the work that I do, to clarify a little more, with the software and stuff, is I don't work for the government. I work for a company that works for the government. You know, I sit in their office with them, but I'm not their employee, thank God. They have their own internal politics, and it is not nearly as nice as the company I work for. Like, their culture is really... Our culture is really cool. I don't work. You know, we're pretty chill overall, especially internally. Like, we're not that concerned with, you know, ladder climbing and things like that. We have very few titles per se, like especially for a big company. We have roles like where you like, this is the thing you do that you're good at, but your pay grade is utterly irrelevant to what your title is. You don't get a bump if you know, become a manager or something. You just do different stuff. That's it. You just, what you do changes, but you get the same pay. It's mostly based on how long you worked there. That's it. I mean, I'm sure there's a few exceptions at the very top, but like, that's more or less how it works. It's pretty generous overall. Yeah, anyway, so I don't work for the government, thankfully. I just work with the government. I think that's a good way of putting it. I work with the government. And they have people there who I have to work with who are a walking lawsuit as far as I'm concerned. Because like, from our point of view, as the people working on the software that they want, we're concerned with our liabilities and protecting them from their own stupid liabilities. We want to give them the thing they need, not the thing they want. You know what I'm kind of saying here? Or like, just because someone asks for something stupid doesn't mean you give it to them. And the most recent one that I've had, rather the best one that I've had that it kind of exemplifies this, was adjust this music. There we go. I was working on a request that we got to change something on a web page. So I started looking at it, trying to understand it, see what they wanted exactly. And they laid it out pretty simply. And then I looked at it, and what they asked me to do was to... Sorry, there's a little bit of setup here. So on this page that they wanted change, this was on a web page, were 3 boxes, and they all had like a couple links in them. You know, 3 to 5, somewhere in that range, right? Let's say the first one had 5, the second one had 3. The third one, it's there for like formatting, but it doesn't matter for the story. So in the first one, they have these 5 links, and the bottom 2 also, like, technically apply to that second box too. Like, both of the, I think it was one group of taxpayers, yes, one group of taxpayers, and then another group of taxpayers. I'm being as broad as I can here to make it unclear what I'm talking about, while still making sense. So both types can file this thing, or do this action, or fill out this refund or return, whatever. These 2 at the bottom. So what they wanted me to do was to take those 2 links and copy and paste them, essentially, right into that second box right at the end. And then on the screen, you would have 2 sets of the same exact links with the same exact text. No differentiation. Now, to most of us, that probably just sounds like it looks stupid. And yes, it does. However, keep in mind that this is a government website for something that you are required by law to do without regard for, like, unless you are horrifically disabled, like, and by horrifically, I mean, like, you literally can't do it, no matter how hard you try or with any help. And I think still technically you might still have to. Basically everyone has to file taxes. So it doesn't matter if you are blind or, you know, have impaired vision of any kind, you still have to do it. So you have to use this web page. Now there are screen readers and they're pretty good, but it gets really confusing when you say something twice. And by say something, I mean when the screen reader says something twice. So if you went to this one group with the screen reader, it would read out the title. So that would be the taxpayer group, and then all the links, and tell you exactly what the text is. And I think optionally you can have it read out the URL so that you know where you're going. And then you would go to the next group, read out their title, any extra text, and then all the links. So put yourself in the shoes of a blind person. It's quite easy. Shut your eyes. That's basically a similar experience. Now try navigating a web page. Not easy. They do it quite well. I want to be clear. Like you can get really good with it. A lot of context clues and stuff that you start to pick up that are common for web design. But imagine you just heard that first one. Like you don't know where you're going or what you're trying to do exactly. You have a vague idea, but you're on this page. You're like, okay, I think I'm getting closer. I'm here. Okay, I'm on the first set. Tells me there's 3. All right, what's the first one got? It reads them all out. It gets to those last 2. You say, oh, one of those might be it. Might be, but let me check the other ones just in case. You move over to the second one. It reads it out. You hear those 2 again, but it's been maybe 30 seconds, a minute since you heard that last list read out. You probably don't remember it that well. You're kind of just running through. That's really confusing. So now you have to go back, listen to it again, consider everything that you're hearing, because again, you can't just look at it. Just what you're hearing, and try to figure out which one you want, which set you want. And the really messed up thing is that despite all of that confusion that would generate, right, for someone in those circumstances, they both go to the same place. So, that is not okay. We do not like that design. We would like to do anything else, literally anything else. Like that's all it would take, just anything but that. So I put in probably like 2 days worth of work. Oh, thanks, Rad. I'm complaining about accessibility at my workplace. I say complaining. I'm telling the story of how the government doesn't care about accessibility sometimes when they should. Yeah, I'm on another one. We've been talking for a while, actually. How can I give you the quick version of this? Okay, so I was working with some of my government counterparts in my job, and they wanted a web page changed. There were 2 boxes. They both had a bunch of links in them. 2 of the links in the first one they wanted copied to the second one. Just copied. They would stay in the first one, and they didn't want anything changed about them. They both go to the same place, but we also service people who are, you know, of course, blind or have poor vision. So they have to use screen readers. So having 2 of the same exact text read out in 2 separate chunks that go to, I mean, they go to the same place, which is good, at least. That's the silver lining here. But the confusion that would come up from, do I want this version or that version or this version or that version, where you're going back and forth trying to figure that out? That's not very accessible to people who you know, we should give at least some shit about, you know. I'll be the first to admit, we don't bend over backwards for it. Like, if it ruins the usability for everyone else, we're not going to do that thing. But like, we try to find compromises and do both as much as we can. And they were adamant that it just had to be this very specific way that would be completely inaccessible. Not completely inaccessible. That's an exaggeration. It would be less accessible and would just look wrong. And so I spent like 2 days coming up with alternatives, ideas, options. I presented them to my counterpart, and the response I received was a wonderful 2 sentences that said, in, you know, corporate speak, I'll translate for you though. They basically said, fuck off, do what we told you. That is the essence of what they responded with. I did not like that at all. I was very upset even. I love corporations. This is government though. And you know what's crazy about all that? The government cannot do that. Legally, they can't do that. You are begging for a lawsuit, especially if someone ever did a Freedom of Information Act request. I don't know if it's literally Freedom of Information Act, but like whatever the equivalent is, right? If they did that, asked for that information of our conversation, it would be very well known, and this would be admissible in court, of course, that they know that there's an accessibility problem, and they chose to ignore it, despite being given options to fix it. Oh, no problem, Brad. Thank you. You know, corps do it too. If anything, they're worse. Only because I've worked construction, which is so very, very different to your work culturally. Oh, yeah, no, but the thing is, you deal with similar problems. They're just in a different flavor. These sorts of things happen everywhere. It's just a shame when they happen in government and there's not really, like, recourse. There's no way to fix it. My father actually works construction, as does my brother. They tell me stories all the time. It's pretty entertaining. They do, yeah, go ahead. They do only like big commercial jobs and things like that. Well, not only, but you know, for their normal day job, they do side work and stuff for, you know, helping people out. But you know, it's crazy that they would just. It's crazy to me that I'm working for the corporation and the government is the evil one. That you would think normally the corporation would be the one being like, oh, we want to be lazy, we want to cut corners, we want to not do the thing. But no, like, it's actually really a big deal for us, because, you know, that's our reputation. You know, the state does not care about their reputation nearly as much as we do, because you got to pay taxes anyway. You can't not pay them just because they had, you know, just because they did something you didn't like. I mean, I guess you can, but like, go to jail. But governments cannot hire us. They totally have that option, and they do it sometimes. You know, like, it really matters that we do our best. So that's a really interesting, like, you wouldn't expect it, but that is how it all pans out. We are also partially liable, but like, it's mostly the reputation hit that we can't afford. And I'm trying to think of what else there was with that. I know I did report that to like my boss and my boss's boss, which then, you know, percolated up. I'm sure something was said to someone, but it was just like the people who would do that are on the management track. I know who did it. I know who told that person to tell me that. It was like there's a lot of telephone with some of these people. I know who said it. I know who felt that way. And they will never lose their job over things like that. They should. At a private company, they would get fired. But yeah. So I worked as a flagger. My job is safety, end of story. I do not care about if people like me. I want safety. Yeah, that's literally your job. If you don't do it, you get fired. 1 week, a severely handicapped teen kept walking through a barricaded zone and endangering himself. First time, certainly told him he's not allowed on this side of the street. Second day, same thing, but I scream and swear at him because I really, really don't want a disabled kid killed on my watch. Understandable. A lot of people don't understand just how dangerous it is. Like, if you haven't heard the stories, I think there's a lot of people who just don't understand that, like, yeah, you can actually just straight die randomly, essentially, in a construction zone if you don't know what you're doing. Like, I despite knowing tons of people who have worked on construction sites, I would not go on one unsupervised because I don't have that experience. Third day, I'm panicking, thinking my luck won't last, so I grab the kid by the scruff, scream at him, and threaten to beat the shit out of him if he ever walks down that side of the street again. It worked. He never walked down again, but, like, I threatened an autistic kid. Yeah, that feels bad, but, like, what's the alternative, right? You're going to call the cops on him? That's probably not going to go well. That would probably just be worse, right? But, like, yeah, no, he's actually just die randomly. Promise? I mean, so here's a story then. Just over here taking things out of context. It is funny. You know, I wouldn't regret it either. That's whatever makes people do the things that won't get them killed, for God's sake. My dad knew a guy who is no longer with us. He didn't like know him personally, but like he knew the guy who was driving a golf cart, like one of those little caddy things that they use on some bigger construction sites. Ad time. Oh man, dang it. Yell at autistic people daily, but they're my friends / myself. Yeah, and I mean, it depends on, you know, circumstances, of course, or what's like okay. I'll finish the story once the ads are over. Allie, I just saw what you sent me. That's utterly hilarious. I mean, I like generally where you're going, but what the fuck? Can you Can you just with no context send that to Zeeg? I think that'd be really funny. Zeeg or Dem, whoever you feel more comfortable with, but send it to one of them and don't explain anything. I think that'd be pretty funny. Well, for me, threatening an autistic kid is like so very not okay normally, but it was also to prevent his death. So like, it's a very, very strange feeling. Like there was a blind corner with bulldozers coming by. He's lucky he didn't get hurt all 3 times. Yeah. 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 Welcome back. Thank you, Allie. That'll be pretty funny. Yeah. So what was the rest of that story? So he was driving a golf cart around. And he was driving distracted. I'm not sure exactly what happened. My father's pretty sure that the guy was just on his phone, not paying attention. But he rammed the golf cart directly into a flatbed truck. You know, where they have like the mildly sharp edge on the back. And he did not survive that. He was in fact very not alive. Like right away, not alive. I think that about covers what you can probably get out of that. Because he was not looking where he was going. Presumably. I mean, something else could have happened. He could have like had a heart attack and fainted or something, but you know, coming from the people that knew him, it sounded like they were pretty sure he just wasn't paying attention. Other stories of, you know, guys not wearing their hard hats and then a hammer gets dropped, pushed off a ledge. You know? These things are pretty rare, but they happen, and they are 100% avoidable, preventable. It's just like, well, that's not good. I do like that about that job, though, that honestly, outside keeping people safe, bosses did not give a damn. Sorry, I was laughing at a DM I got. Yeah, I mean, but that's literally your job. They probably want you to be the asshole. Like, that's what they hire you to do. They hire you as a flagger, as a safety person, right? To be the jerk that says you can't do that. I've also seen videos. These are just like things that get sent around by people who know people, you know, in the construction business. You've probably seen stuff like this. I was just told about one, but I'll talk about this first one. My father is aware, very aware, that where he works, there are also contractors who are less reputable, who will hire people who are entirely not legally in the country. Like, they never were in the first place, kind of situation, for a pittance of a wage. Like, they barely get paid. It is essentially slavery as far as I'm concerned. Like, it's on that same level of like, you're fucked up and using someone. It's not okay. But then they also don't give them the equipment they need. So there was a video of a guy on stilts, but he didn't have any extensions. So what he did was he strapped spackle buckets to the bottoms of the stilts. So this guy is like, I don't know, 6 or 7 feet up in the air, maybe 8. And he's walking around on plastic buckets for shoes of the stilts. And I mean, stilts are pretty neat little things as far as like work ones go. I know some people would think of stilts as like just a piece of wood. No, these are like way better. They're pretty cool. They make it like actually like an extension of your leg and foot, so you can actually like walk. Probably not super fast or anything, but like they're quite safe once you're used to them. But strapping buckets to the bottom of them is not safe. Like I chain smoke, play loud music, dance, scream at people. Nobody did anything besides give an odd look, maybe. Yeah, screamed at people when they were words banned on Twitch, but you know, stupid people. If you're right about being an asshole, you really have to, especially when people mess up. You have to sometimes look like you are 2 seconds away from beating someone from anger. Well, sometimes people don't learn. And I mean, no offense to construction workers. I love 2 of them quite dearly, but there are quite a few of them who are dense, extraordinarily dense. And if that's what it takes to keep them from dying, is to get angry at them, then, you know, save their spouse that horrid call, you know? It wasn't the workers, it was the drivers. Oh. I know very few drivers, so I can't speak to their culture, but someone who dealt with a bunch of them from a cashier standpoint, they aren't the smartest. I mean, there's just a lot of people who aren't the smartest, and that's fine, but like sometimes you gotta be a little harsh. That's where I developed a sort of hatred for specific neighborhoods due to it. Ah. Well. Yeah, no, there's definitely certain areas like the place I grew up in. I can't get more specific than that, but like there's, you know, developments and things like that. The one I grew up in, definitely had like a, how do I put this in a way that like captures it effectively? I'll just put it simply. It had a drug problem. And obviously that means less savory people coming and going. And yeah, I find that the people involved in criminal activities and the people who drive like assholes seem to overlap a lot more than you'd ever expect. Like you'd think that you'd drive carefully so you don't get pulled over, but no, a lot of them are really stupid, it seems. They would constantly try to pay with a $100 bill when I literally just opened my register. I mean, a lot of people have never cashiered, to be fair, and they don't get it. But being forceful and stupid about it is a separate issue. Stupid. Yeah, I mean, and I can be stupid sometimes. A lot of people can be stupid most of the time. There's a chart somewhere. I don't have it on hand. If there's a chart of like what kinds of stupid there are, because most of us are a little bit stupid, at least on certain topics, right? Stop paying for a $4 item with a $100 bill. Get a debit card, Christ. But I recall the chart being something along the lines of like, are you stupid in general? And that was everybody. Everyone on the chart was stupid, right? You're assumed to be dumb. But are you helpless? And are you likable? I think those were the 2 of the axes. And then there's a third one. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was basically the big ones were if you're completely helpless, but people feel bad for you, you're probably some kind of leech on society, but you're a likable one that people want to keep around, so you're a good thing actually. But then there's, on the opposite side of that, the unlikable idiot who has a bad attitude and like just does not understand that they're stupid. I think that one's actually a lot more common. They don't know they're dumb. They don't know that like they're just not that intelligent. put bluntly, which is, it's fine to not be like wildly intelligent. There's different kinds of people, right? That's fine, but don't pretend to be like Einstein when you're, you know, your average Joe. You know, just be yourself, man. So yeah, like stupid and confident, essentially. Those two things together, and unlikable. Oh no, it was stupid, confident, and likable. Those are the three things that you cannot put together, because when you put all those together, you get someone that people don't want to correct or stop, but fuck up constantly. And they're actually like the worst types of people. And you can correct that because they just needed the reality check of like, no, you're really not that smart. You're probably average. All right, let me read all those. That was a lot of text. I swear that area had a lot of drugs. Like, what made me mad the most was when I had my road limited to one lane and one car came the wrong way. Then 4 more followed, which caused a jam. And to undo the jam into the middle of a busy intersection. It was screaming at people and probably looked close to going postal, but it was caring for safety ultimately. Yeah, that would be very upsetting. Yeah, I don't mind dummies if they can take direction, and most people can. Most people understand when they're ignorant, and most people who are, put bluntly, they're just not that smart. They're well aware. Like, reality hit them and they're just like, oh, I just can't do some things. You know, there's a fair few people smarter than me, so I'll just delegate that to them and I'll do the things I can do. And that's kind of how society is supposed to work. There's some things I'm really intelligent at. There's a lot of things I'm really stupid at. It's just, you have to understand which ones you're good at. Some people are bad at a lot of things, and that sucks, man, but reality is reality. Okay. Mine was a customer asking us to remake something because they said there is something wrong with their meal, but they ate almost all of it. That's hilarious. What a crazy scam they're running on you. One of my last days as a hardware cashier, someone paid for a invoice of flooring, which is like $2K or something. They handed me a stack of hundreds, which I proceeded to only check the top like 10 before shoving them in the register. Wait, so like, so you only checked the top 10, but like, were the rest not hundreds? Like, what happened? Had the exact same thing. Someone came back to me the next day and tell me their drink was wrong, and I asked like, what? Well, what do you want me to do? Yeah, I don't think you can do anything on that one. Had that in Demolition, one guy tried acting like a lead, calling moves which the boss didn't call, getting everyone in trouble. Ultimately fired for his own safety because bad blood and demolition work with huge crowbars, hammer, nail boards is very bad. Yeah, I know some people who didn't last. I don't know them. I hear stories of them. I checked that they were hundreds. I just didn't check if they were real. Oh, if more than one of them is real, they're almost 99.999% of the time all real. If they're going to do that, though, it's usually the first one is real and then the rest are fake. Because they expect you to check one and not care. Yeah, no. In construction, having people angry at each other is extraordinarily dangerous. My father almost threw a guy down an elevator shaft because he was being such an asshole. I forget exactly what it was, but like, the guy was just being a dick to like everybody and really pissing everyone off. And yeah. I forget what the last straw was in that story. I'd have to ask him what the story was again. But long story short, it was like a week-long thing. It just built up, and eventually he just lost his shit. She literally told me she called the store. I was at a kiosk in another store, and the person who they talked to said we would remake the drink. So I looked her in the face and told her she left the store, so I couldn't do anything for her. I mean, yeah. I think a guy who was murdered on the demo company I worked for, because I kept hearing about a guy who fell down an elevator shaft, but everyone shit talked him up for being a convicted. What are the rules on that anymore? Can I say that now? Can I just say it? I don't know. Convicted awful human being, the only kind of person who is completely and utterly irredeemable. So kind of think someone pushed him. I am quite in agreement with you. 99% chance he got pushed. It was either he did it on purpose, or someone else did it on purpose. I don't think there's another way out of that one. Like, I don't think there's another explanation. That is not an uncommon fate for people of such a sort, especially if anyone knows, like, for sure that, like, yeah, you did that. It gets people angry, believe it or not. Crazy, I know. People will hate you for that. Wild. Maybe fucking don't do that. Anyway, also she told me she talked to someone in our department. She didn't. I was one of the 3 people there, and she said she talked. Oh, thank you, RC Gaming. Thank you for following. Welcome in. Enjoy your new free emotes. I'm stealing Dem's line. 3 people there, and she said you talked to a woman, and I was the only one who could pass for a woman there at the moment. So to this day, I do not know who she talked to. Nobody. Probably nobody. The voices in her head. And thank you, Chisai, for the hat. Probably. I mean, I do that sometimes, but I know that they're voices. It's my internal monologue. Y'all think I stopped talking when I stopped streaming? No. That just keeps going in my head. It was a caramel macchiato. You know what the drink was? Oh my god. I have a distinct memory. Only one, really. Actually, no, 2. I have 2 distinct memories from when I worked as a cashier. One time, someone started to get aggressive towards one of our cashiers, and this cashier was a smaller teenage girl. I think then I was 17. I think she was a year younger than me, so she was probably like 16. Only worked once remotely in customer service, hated it. Always polite with service people unless they're crapping the bed. I'm always polite to the people, even if I'm angry. I'll just tell them that I'm angry because something happened, and they're usually like, "Oh man, I'm sorry, dude." And I'm just like, "Yeah, I know, right? Anyway, let's fix this." If you're nice to customer service people, they're usually pretty cool. You've been streaming for 6 hours? I know. It just keeps going. I've been yapping for a while now. We've just been talking. Welcome back. What was I saying? Right, so the 2 times. One was someone was getting aggressive towards one of our cashiers. All brigged up in Forever Winter. Oh my god. You out here in the innards. Okay, need to stay on track. I gotta finish this story. Someone was being rude to a smaller female cashier. She felt very uncomfortable. It's supposed to be Brigador. At this point, no. It should probably just be chatting. I should probably close the game. I know. I think my stream thing updated it. Let me just do that. I think the restream thing in OBS sometimes does that. Anyway, so that was happening, and at the store that I worked at, we actually had an armed security officer. The story behind that, I never got anything more than this, was that someone was attacked just outside the store, and management decided that since, you know, they can't move the store right away, they'll just hire a guard for the night shift. Or not night shift, but like the evening shift. And so they did. So every evening, or most evenings anyway, we had an armed security officer who would stand near the exit. And usually they were just there, hanging out. They were always really nice. They were really cool guys. But that night, within like seconds of this altercation starting to happen, the security officer was already there and asking, I think they had said something along the lines of, is there something I can help you with, sir? And the entire situation immediately defused, and I thought that was pretty neat. I was very thankful he was there. Because it's like, nothing puts you at ease as knowing the person who's armed is totally on your side. You know, in a given interaction. Of course, he never touched his gun. I don't think they ever had to, which is a good thing. But, you know, just the fact that they can, you know, have that vague threat of "don't fuck with me," it kept a lot of things, I think, in order at the store. And the other one that I remember is we had this one customer who would come by, you know, on the regular. They were on food stamps and stuff, which is fine. We had quite a few people who would come through with those types of cards. And almost all of them were pretty, you know, pretty average people. They paid for all their stuff. Yeah, people have feelings on food stamps and stuff, whatever. I don't really care. Yeah, you could get into the nitty-gritty of it, but most people using it were, you know, parents or something, often single parents. You know, like 1 or 2 kids or something. It wasn't anything like crazy. But we had this one lady who every time she came in, it felt like playing whack-a-mole, trying to figure out what she was trying to steal. Because I mean, like every time. And she had a lot of kids. Like 6 or 7, maybe more. And those kids stole stuff too. She told her kids to steal candy and stuff. And we knew that. We didn't even say anything about that. But it was always whack-a-mole trying to figure out, you know, how much is she trying to steal this time? And usually it was 1 or 2 things. We would try to convince her to pay for it. But at the end of the day, we don't. We write it off essentially as a loss. I think we call it shrinkage. And, you know, to a certain degree, we'll kind of tolerate that. We kind of just say, well, you know, a guy stole so much he effectively got himself banned from a whole town because nobody in town would let him in. I mean, yeah, that's what happens when you keep doing it. But the last time I remember, the one I remember vividly, was I was actually working that night, so I got to see it happen. She came through the self-checkout with a full cart. I mean, like, stacked well above the sides. Like, this shit was packed. She paid for, like, 10 items and then tried to leave. Sorry, got another lozenge going, otherwise I'm gonna, like, lose my voice. These are the types of things, like, I just can't believe they happen until I see them. Like you can't make this shit up. That's so stupid. There's a cashier standing like 5 feet away from her, mind you, watching her. There's nobody else in the store. Like the place was dead that night. And we had a couple customers here and there. And she tried to walk out. And I knew the girl working the self-check, and she was like, you can't leave. Like, no, absolutely not. This is ridiculous. Let me see your receipt. So she takes it, and this woman is probably like a good foot taller and much bigger than the girl working the self-check. So I respect her for even being like, no. Called over the manager, and that night we had my least favorite manager, because she was a handful and a half. Not nice, not a nice lady. She comes over and she takes the receipt, and she's just like, get the fuck out of my store. Take your shit and get out. And technically I don't think that's quite legal, but I think the lady knew that she was like not gonna get away with it. Because what are you gonna do, call the cops? You know, like what? And what, the cops are gonna tell you, well, you can't leave with $300 in stolen food. Like you can't do that, you have to pay. And the thing is, I had that lady come through my line a few times, and I just want to be very clear here in saying that she had the money on that card. She had the food stamps to pay for all of it and then some. She was not strapped for money on that front. She could afford to feed herself and her kids. She had a lot. She had a lot of kids. So, okay, sure. But she didn't need to steal it to feed anyone. For anyone not maybe more aware of these topics, it's very common for people to sell their food stamps, their spare food stamps, at like a lower rate, or cash essentially. So they'll give you their card or whatever, you can go buy food and stuff, and then you'll give them like half of what it's worth or whatever, depending on, you know, what deal you got figured out. Which, you know, obviously that's illegal, but like it's really common. So I imagine that's what was going on there. But it's just like, man, you can't, no. So the guy you mentioned did sell it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just like, I understand addiction is difficult. I do. But at some point there just have to be consequences for what you're doing, even if, you know, government or whatever can't deal with the problem for whatever reason. You know, the social consequence of like not being allowed in a store anymore is a pretty reasonable response, I feel like, and a good way to discourage it, and not unfair. I don't think the dude understood the idea of consequences, or at least avoiding them. Probably not. Addicts are or can be anyway, wildly unreasonable in terms of like logic, you know, thinking ahead and all those things. It really does just like run your life once it gets to a certain point. Like, it doesn't matter what happens next week, even, you know, when it's that bad. But yeah, no, just the shit people try to get away with. He almost got mugged downtown for being drunk and flashing a bunch of money in front of homeless people, which, like, why? Yeah, what? Who does that? God damn. They're crazy. I think the craziest, like, most wacky thing I've ever done And I don't think there's footage of this anywhere, at least not that I'm aware of. So I shouldn't be doxing myself. This is like the most embarrassing thing I've ever done. Was me and two of my friends, wacky, yeah, a little silly. I got a little silly. Two of my friends in high school. We went to a local like discount shop type of place, right next to a major like state highway. Not like, you know, the kind of highway you can't walk on or bike on, but just like a highway or an interstate or something like that. Maybe not an interstate. Interstates are the big ones. I don't know. Those terms are actually kind of confusing now that I'm trying to think about it. It's next to a big road. That's all that matters. So anyway, we go in there. These places have, you know, like the lawn ornaments and, you know, tacky toys for kids and all sorts of random junk. Maybe some low-end fireworks. Random crap, essentially. You know, the things that other stores can't sell. I think that about sums it up. So we were just, you know, looking around in there, seeing if we wanted to get anything with the, like, $10 we got in our pocket, right? And, I forget why. But I think we got sparklers, which don't actually come up in the rest of the story, but just mentioning it. And then these candy cane lawn ornaments, which were like just the right size to be a like a cane, like an actual cane you could walk with, if only they were more sturdy. So we thought it would be really funny because we had to walk down this major road to get back to the one friend's place where we had walked from to get here. And we were like, let's get these candy canes and we'll pimp walk our way down the road while we walk past traffic. It'll be the funniest shit. I'm full of awful ideas. I want to make that clear. This was my idea. And it's an awful one. It's abysmal. It's gross, but it's really funny. So that's exactly what we did. We bought 3 of them, and we all walked like fucking losers down this highway, and we're like goofing off. It was great though. We had a great time. People were honking. It was great. We put on a little show, a little bit of entertainment for the people bored waiting in traffic. That's about the silliest I've ever gotten in public, I think. It was quite funny though. You stole a stop sign in high school, got caught in an hour. The cop was disappointed. You know, I could use that stop sign back. The one at the end of my road, I don't know what they did over the winter. I think they plowed it into oblivion. It's just gone. There's supposed to be a street sign and a stop sign, and I always used those to make sure I didn't go past my street, but now they're gone. So if you could send that back to me, great. But yeah, no, that is pretty funny. You're lucky the cop was a cool guy, because people I know, he said it could technically be a felony. Yeah, it could. There are cops who would do that to you too. I know people who have gone to jail because they put the wrong box on a I think they were filling out a license to carry permit, like for firearms, and they put the wrong box, or I think it was whether they had ever been convicted of a crime with a sentence over 1 year, at or above 1 year, which But by the way, a normal person would read that text. The answer was no, but technically the answer was yes. Because the crime that they were found guilty of could have had a sentence longer than 1 year, but that's not the sentence they were given. Which is bullshit if you ask me, but whatever. On the technicality for a denial, that would be, yeah, whatever, dude. But no, they went to jail over it. I cannot make this shit up. That's tax dollars hard at work right there. For a permit to carry a gun. Which to be clear is like they were just requesting one. They were saying, "May I please?" And the government could have just said, "Actually, sorry, you filled out the paperwork wrong," and regardless, the answer would be no. Sorry about that. Anyway, see you later. They could have done that, but they charged this person with filing false paperwork or whatever. Just like, what do you mean? It's so stupid. Anyway, it is, wow, it's like almost 2 in the morning. I should raid out. Let's see who's on, who up right now. Yeah, no, it's been good having you here, Mumble. Thank you for being here. I will send you over to Rad. Rad also, I think, enjoys talking. Maybe not as much as me. I'm a real yapper. But I'm going to send you guys over to Rodova. He was here a little bit earlier in chat, actually. But he's pretty chill. Yeah, he's playing Dead Island 2. So that should be an interesting little game. Yeah, I appreciate all you guys being here. This was one of the longer streams. I didn't really plan for it to go on this long, but you get me talking and it just never ends. We'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what game we'll play. Regador is essentially done, so I'll have to figure something out. No clue yet, but we'll get something. I'm sure I can find something. But I'll send you guys over to Rad now. Thank y'all for being here. I'll see you next time.